Chapter 58 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. A book about myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 58. Finding Cleveland hopeless for me, I one day picked up and left. Then came Buffalo, which I reached toward the end of March. Aside from the falls, I found it a little tame, no special snap to it, not as much as I had felt to be charismatic of Cleveland. What interest there was for me I proved myself, wandering about in odd drear neighborhoods, about grain elevators and soap factories, and railroad yards and manufacturing districts. Here, as in Cleveland, I could not help but see that in spite of our boasted democracy and equality of opportunity, there was as much misery and squalor and as little decent balancing of opportunity against energy as anywhere else in the world. The little homes, the poor, shabby, colorless, drear, drab little homes, with their grassless yards, their unpaved streets, their uncollected garbage, their fluttering, thin-flamed gas lamps, the crowds of ragged, dirty, ill-cared-for children. Near at hand was always the inevitable and wretched saloon, not satisfying a need for pleasure in a decent way, but pandering to the lowest and most conniving and most destroying instincts of the lowest politicians, and healers and grafters and crooks, while the huge financial and manufacturing magnates at the top of their lust for power and authority use the very flesh of the weaker elements for purposes of their own. It was a saloon, not liquor, which brought about the prohibition folly. I used to listen, as a part of my reportorial duties, to the blathering of thin-minded, thin-blooded, thin-experienced religionists, as well as to those of kept editorial writers, about the merits and blessings and opportunities of our noble and bounteous land. But whenever I encountered such regions as this, I knew well enough that there was something wrong with their noble maunderings. Shout as they might, there was here displayed before my very eyes ample evidence that somewhere there was a screw loose in the fatherhood of man, brotherhood of God machinery. After I had placed myself in a commonplace neighborhood near the business center, I canvassed the newspaper offices and their editors. Although I had in my pocket that letter from the publisher of the St. Louis Republic, extolling my virtues as a reporter and correspondent, so truly vagrom was my mood and practical judgment, that I did not present it to any one. Instead, I merely mooned into one office after another. There were only 4 papers here. I convinced before entering that I should not get anything, and I did not. One young city editor seemed to take at least an interest in me, assured me that if I would remain in Buffalo for 6 weeks, he could place me. But since I had not enough money to sustain myself so long, I decided not to wait. Then they spent reconnoitering these offices daily, and I concluded that it was useless to remain longer. Yet before I went, I determined to see at least one thing more: the falls. Therefore, one day I traveled by trolley to Niagara and looked at that tumbling flood, then not chained or drained by turbine water-powered sluices. I was impressed, but not quite so much as I had thought it should be. Standing out on a rock near the greatest volume of water under a gray sky, I was awed by the downpour and then became dizzy and felt as though I were being carried along whether I would or not. Farther upstream, I stared at the water as it gathered force and speed, wondering how I should feel if I were in a small canoe and fighting it for my life. Before the falls were great stalagmites and stalactites of ice and snow, still landing from the cold of weeks before. I recalled that Blondel, a famous French swimmer of this day, had 10 years before swum these fierce and angry waters below the falls. I wondered how he had done it. So while he did the leap, huge wheels of water going round and round, and white caps leaping and spitting and striking at each other. When I returned to Buffalo, I congratulated myself that if I had got nothing else out of my visit to Buffalo, at least I had gained this. End of chapter 58.
Chapter 59 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Rothenberg. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 59. I now decided that Pittsburgh would be as good a field as any, and one morning seen a sign outside a cut-rate ticket broker's window reading, Pittsburgh, $5.75, I bought a ticket, returned to my small room to pack my bag, and departed. I arrived at Pittsburgh at 6 or 7 that same evening. Of all the cities in which I ever worked or lived, Pittsburgh was the most agreeable. Perhaps it was due to the fact that my stay included only spring, summer, and fall, or that I found a peculiarly easy newspaper atmosphere, or that the city was so different physically from any I had thus far seen. But whether owing to one thing or another, certainly no other newspaper work I ever did seemed so pleasant. No other city more interesting. What a city for a realist to work and dream in. The wonder to me is that it has not produced a score of writers, poets, painters, and sculptors, instead of, well, how many? Who are they? I came down to it through the brown-blue mountains of western Pennsylvania. All day long we had been winding at the base of one or another of them, following the bed of a stream, or turning out into a broad, smooth valley, crossing directly at the center of it, or climbing some low ridge with a puff, 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 and then clattering almost recklessly down the other slope. I had never before seen any mountains. The sight of sooty-faced miners at certain places, their little oil and tow tin lamps fastened to their hats, their tin dinner pails on their arms, impressed me as something new and faintly reminiscent of the 1 or 2 small coal mines about Sullivan, Indiana, where I had lived when I was a boy of 7. Along the way I saw a heavy-faced and heavy-bodied type of peasant woman, with a black or brown or blue or green skirt, and a waist of a contrasting color, a headcloth or neckerchief of still another, trailed by a few children of equally solid proportions, hanging up clothes or doing something else about their miserable places. These were the much maligned hunkies, just then being imported by the large manufacturing and mining and steel-making industries of the country to take the place of the restless and less docile American working man and woman. I marveled at their appearance and number, and assumed, American fashion, that in their far-off and unhappy lands they had heard of the wonderful American Constitution, its guarantee of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as well as the bounteous opportunities afforded by this great land, and that they had forsaken their miseries to come all this distance to enjoy these greater blessings. I did not then know of the manufacturer's foreign labor agent with his lying propaganda among ignorant and often fairly contented peasants, painting America as a country rolling in wealth and opportunity, and then bringing them here to take the place of more restless and greatly underpaid foreigners, who, having been brought over by the same gay pictures, were becoming irritated and demanded more pay. I did not then know of the padrone, the labor spy, the company's store, 5 cents an hour for breaker children, the company's stockade, all in full operation at this time. All I knew was that there had been a great steel strike in Pittsburgh recently, that Andrew Carnegie, as well as other steel manufacturers, the Olivers for one, had built fences and strung them with electrified barbed wire in order to protect themselves against the lawless attacks of lawless working men. I also knew that a large number of state or county or city paid deputy sheriffs and mounted police and city policemen had been sworn in and set to guarding the company's property, and that H.C. Frick, a leading steel manager for Mr. Carnegie, had been slightly wounded by a desperado named Alexander Berkman, who was inflaming these working men, all foreigners, of course, lawless and unappreciative of the great and prosperous steel company, which was paying them reasonable wages, and against which they had no honest complaint. Our Midwestern papers, up to the day of Cleveland's election in 1892, and for some time after, had been full of the merits of this labor dispute, with long and didactic editorials, intended in the main to prove that the working man was not so greatly underpaid, considering the type of labor he performed and the intelligence he brought to his task. That the public was not in the main vastly interested in labor disputes, both parties to the dispute being unduly selfish. That it would be a severe blow to the prosperity of the country if labor disputes were too long continued. That unless labor was reasonable in its demands, capital would become disheartened and leave the country. I had not made up my mind that the argument was all on one side, although I knew that the average man in America, despite its great and boundless opportunities, was about as much put upon and kicked about and underpaid as any other. This growing labor problem, or the general American dissatisfaction with poor returns upon efforts made, crystallized 3 years later in the Free Silver Campaign and the Gold Parades. The full dinner pail was then invented as a slogan to counteract the vast economic unrest, and the threat to close down and so bring misery to the entire country unless William McKinley was elected was also freely posted. Henry George, Father McGlynn, Herr Most, Emma Goldman, and a score of others were abroad voicing the woes of hundreds of thousands who were supposed to have no woes. At that time, as I see it now, America was just entering upon the most lurid phase of that vast, splendid, most lawless, and most savage period in which the great financiers were plotting and conniving at the enslavement of the people and belaboring each other. Those crude parvenu dynasties, which now sit enthroned in our democracy, threatening its very life with their pretensions and assumptions, were then in their very beginning. John D. Rockefeller was still in Cleveland. Flagler, William Rockefeller, H. Rogers were still comparatively young and secret agents. Carnegie was still in Pittsburgh, an iron master, and of all his brood of powerful children, only Frick had appeared. William H. Vanderbilt and J. Gould had only recently died. Cleveland was president, and Mark Hanna was an unknown businessman in Cleveland. The great struggles of the railroads, the coal companies, the gas companies, to overcome and tax the people were still in abeyance, or just being born. The multimillionaire had arrived, it is true, but not the billionaire. On every hand were giants plotting, fighting, dreaming, and yet in Pittsburgh there was still something of a singing spirit. When I arrived here and came out of the railway station, which was directly across the Monongahela River from the business center, I was impressed by the huge walls of hills that arose in every hand. A great Blackshear ridge rising to the height of 500 or 600 feet to my right and enclosing this river, on the bosom of which lay steamboats of good size. From the station, a pleasingly designed bridge of fair size led to the city beyond, and across it trundled in unbroken lines streetcars and wagons and buggies of all sizes and descriptions. The city itself was already smartly outlined by lights, a galaxy climbing the hills in every direction. And below me as I walked out upon this bridge was an agate stream reflecting the lights from either shore. Below this was another bridge, and upstream another. The whole river for a mile or more was suddenly lit to a rosy glow, a glow which, as I saw upon turning, came from the tops of some 40 or 50 stacks, belching a deep orange-red flame. At the same time, an enormous pounding and crackling came from somewhere, as though titans were at work upon subterranean anvils. I stared and admired. I felt that I was truly adventuring into a new, strange world. I was glad now that I had not found work in Toledo or Cleveland or Buffalo. The city beyond the river proved as interesting as the river cliffs and forges about the station. As I walked along, I discovered the name of the street, Smithfield, which began at the bridge's end and was lined with buildings of not more than 3 or 4 stories, although it was one of the principal streets of the business center. At the bridgehead on the city side stood a large smoke-colored stone building, which later I discovered was the principal hotel, the Monongahela, and beyond that was a most attractive and unusual post office building. I came to a cross street finally, Fifth Avenue, brightly lighted and carrying unusual traffic, and turned into it. I found this central region to be the most puzzling laid out, and did not attempt to solve its mysteries. Instead, I entered a modest restaurant in a side street. Later, I hunted up a small hotel, where I paid $1 for a room for the night. I retired, speculating as to how I should make out here. Something about this city drew me intensely. I wished I might remain for a time. The next morning I was up bright and early to look up the morning papers and find out the names of the afternoon papers. I found that there were 4: the Dispatch and Times, morning papers, and the Gazette-Telegraph and Leader, afternoon. I thought them most interesting and different from those of other cities in which I had worked. Andy Pastor had his right hand lacerated while at work in the 23-inch mill yesterday. John Christoph had his right wrist sprained while at work in the 140-inch mill yesterday. Joseph Novik is suffering from contused wounds of the left wrist received while at work in the 23-inch mill yesterday. A train of hot metal being hauled from a mixing house to Open Hearth No. 2 was sideswiped by a yard engine near the 48-inch mill. The impact tilted the ladles of some of the cars, and the hot metal spilled in a pool of water along the track. Antony Brozak, Konstantin Serznik, and Kafros Maskar were seriously wounded by the exploding metal. Such items arrested my attention at once, and then such names as Squirrel Hill, Sawmill Run, Moon Run, Hazelwood, Wind Gap Road, Braddock, McKeesport, Homestead, Swiss Vale, somehow made me wish to know more of this region. The Dispatch was Republican, the Times Democratic. Both were evidently edited with much conservatism as to local news. I made haste to visit the afternoon newspaper office, only to discover that they were fully equipped with writers. I then proceeded in search of a room and finally found one in Wiley Avenue, a curious street that climbed a hill to its top and then stopped. Here, almost at the top of this hill, in an old yellow stone front house, the rear rooms of which commanded a long and deep canyon or run, I took a room for a week. The family of this house rented rooms to several others, clerks who looked and proved to be a genial sort, holding a kind of court on the front steps of an evening. I now turned to the morning papers, going first to the Times, which had its offices in a handsome building, 1 or 2 or 3 high office buildings in the city. The city editor received me graciously, but could promise nothing. At the Dispatch, which was published in a 3-story building at Smithfield and Diamond Streets, I found a man who expressed much more interest. He was a slender, soft-spoken, one-handed man. On very short acquaintance, I found him to be shrewd and canny, gracious always, exceedingly reticent, and uncommunicative, and an excellent judge of news, and plainly holding his job, not so much by reason of what he put into his paper, as by what he kept out of it. He wanted to know where I had worked before I came to Pittsburgh, whether I had been connected with any paper here, whether I had ever done feature stuff. I described my experiences as nearly as I could, and finally he said there was nothing now, but he was expecting a vacancy to occur soon. If I could come around in the course of a week or 10 days, I drooped sadly. Well then, in 3 or 4 days, he thought he might do something for me. The salary would not be more than 18 the week. My spirits fell at that, but his manner was so agreeable and his hope for me so keen that I felt greatly encouraged and told him I would wait a few days anyhow. My friend in Toledo had promised me that he would wire me at the first opening, and I was now expecting some word from him. This I told to the city editor, and he said, "Well, you might wait until you hear from him anyhow." A thought of my possible lean purse did not seem to occur to him, and I marveled at the casual manner in which he assumed that I could wait. Thereafter I roamed the city and its environs, and to my delight found it to be one of the most curious and fascinating places I had ever seen. From a stationery store I first secured a map, and figured out the lay of the town. At a glance I saw that the greater part of it stretched eastward along the tongue of land that was between the Allegheny and the Monongahela, and that this was Pittsburgh proper. Across the Allegheny on the north side was the city of Allegheny, an individual municipality but so completely connected with Pittsburgh as to be identical with it, and connected with it by many bridges. Across the Monongahela on the south side were various towns, Mount Washington, Duquesne, Homestead. I was interested especially in Homestead because of the long and bitter contest between the steel workers and the Carnegie Company, which for 6 months and more in 1892 had occupied space on the front page of every newspaper in America. Having studied my map, I explored, going first across the river into Allegheny. Here I found a city built about the base of high granite hills, or between ridges in hollows called gaps or runs, with a street or car line clambering and twisting directly over them. A charming park and boulevard system had been laid out, with the city hall, a public market, and a Carnegie Public Library as a center. The place had large dry goods and business houses. On another day I crossed to the south side and ascended by an inclined plane, such as later I discovered to be one of the transportation features of Pittsburgh, the hill called Mount Washington, from the top of which, walking along an avenue called Grand View Boulevard, which skirted the brow of the hill, I had the finest view of a city I had ever seen. In later years, I looked down upon New York from the heights of the Palisades and the hills of Staten Island, on Rome from the Pincian Gardens, on Florence from San Miniato, and on Pasadena and Los Angeles from the slopes of Mount Lowe. But never anywhere had I seen a scene which impressed me more than this: the rugged beauty of the mountains which encircle the city, the 3 rivers that run as threads of bright metal, dividing it into 3 parts. The several cities joined as one, their clamoring streets presenting a checkered pattern emphasized here and there by the soot-darkened spires of churches and the walls of the taller and newer and cleaner office buildings. As in most American cities of any size, the skyscraper was just being introduced and being welcomed as full of proof of the growth and wealth and force of the city. No city was complete without at least one, the more, of course, the grander. Pittsburgh had a better claim to the skyscraper as a commercial necessity than any other American city that I know. The tongue of land which lies between the Allegheny and the Monongahela, very likely not more than 2 or 3 square miles in extent, is still the natural heart of the commercial life for 50, 100 miles about. Here meet the 3 large rivers, all navigable. Here again, the natural runs and gaps of the various hills about, as well as the levels which pursue the banks of the streams and which are the natural vents or routes for railroad lines, streetcars, and streets, come to a common center, whether by bridges from Allegheny, the south bank of the Ohio, or the Monongahela, or along the shores of the Allegheny or Monongahela, within the city of Pittsburgh itself. All meet somewhere in this level tongue, and here, of necessity, is the business center. So without the tall building, I cannot see how 1/10 of the business which would and should be normally transacted here would ever come about. End of chapter 59.
Chapter 60 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 60. Barring 2 or 3 tall buildings, the city of Pittsburgh was then of a simple and homelike aspect. A few blackened church spires, a small dark city hall and an old marketplace, a long stretch of blast furnaces, black as night, and the lightly constructed bridges over the rivers gave it all an airy grace and charm. Since the houses up here were very simple, mostly working men's cottages, and the streets back followed the crests of hills twisting and winding as they went, and providing in consequence the most startling and effective views of green hills and mountains beyond, I decided that should I be so fortunate as to secure work, I would move over here. It was like living in a mountain resort, and most inexpensively. I descended and took a car which followed the Monongahela upstream to Homestead, and here for the first time I had a view of that enormous steel plant which only recently, June to December 1892, had played such a great part in the industrial drama of America. The details of the quarrel were fairly fresh in my mind. How the Carnegie Steel Company had planned, with the technicalities of a wage scale readjustment as an excuse, to break the power of the amalgamated steel workers, who were becoming too forceful and who were best organized in their plant, and how the amalgamated, resenting the introduction of 300 Pinkerton guards to protect the plant, had attacked them, killing several and injuring others, and so permitting the introduction of the state militia, which speedily and permanently broke the power of the strikers. They could only then wait and starve, and so they had waited and starved for 6 months when they finally returned to work, such of them as would be received. When I reached there in April 1894, the battle was already 15 months past, but the feeling was still alive. I did not know what it was about this town of Homestead that was so depressing, but in the 6 months of my stay here I found that it was a compound of a sense of defeat and sullen despair. The men had not forgotten. Even then the company was busy, and had been for months, importing Poles, Hungarians, Lithuanians to take the places of the ousted strikers. Whole colonies were already here, housed under the most unsatisfactory conditions, and more were coming, hence the despair of those who had been defeated. Along the river sprawled for a quarter of a mile or more the huge low length of the furnaces, great black bottle-like affairs with rows of stacks and long low sheds or buildings paralleling them, sheds from which came a continuous hammering and sputtering and the glow of red fire. The whole was shrouded by a pall of gray smoke, even in the bright sunshine. Above the plant, on a slope which rose steeply behind it, were a few moderately attractive dwellings grouped about two small parks, the trees of which were languishing for want of air. Behind and to the sides of these were the spires of several churches, those soporifics against failure and despair. Turning up side streets, one found, invariably, uniform frame houses, closely built and dulled by smoke and grime, and below, on the flats behind the mill, were cluttered alleys so unsightly and unsanitary as to shock me into the belief that I was once more witnessing the lowest phases of Chicago slum life, the worst I had ever seen. The streets were mere mud tracks. Where there were trees, and there were few, they were dwarfed and their foliage withered by a metallic fume which was over all. Though the sun was bright at the top of the hill, down here it was gray, almost cloudy, at best a filtered, dull gold haze. The place held me until night. I browsed about its saloons, of which there was a large number, most of them idle during the drift of the afternoon. The open gates of the mill held my interest also, for through them I could see furnaces, huge cranes, switching engines, cars of molten iron being hauled to and fro, and mountains of powdered iron ore and scrap iron piled here and there, awaiting the hour of new birth in the smelting vats. When the sun had gone down, and I had watched a shift of men coming out with their buckets and coats over their arms, and other hundreds entering in a rush, I returned to the city with a sense of the weight and breadth and depth of huge effort. Here bridges and rail and plate steel were made for all the world. But of all these units that dwelt and labored here, scarce a fraction seemed even to sense a portion of the meaning of all they did. I knew that Carnegie had become a multimillionaire, as had Phipps and others, and that he was beginning to give libraries, that Phipps had already given several floral conservatories, and that their lobbies in Congress were even then bartering for the patronage of the government on their terms. But the poor units in these hovels at Homestead, what did they know? On another day I explored the east end of Pittsburgh, which was the exclusive residence section of the city and a contrast to such hovels and deprivations as I had witnessed at Homestead and among the shacks across the Monongahela and below Mount Washington. Never in my life, neither before nor since, in New York, Chicago, or elsewhere, was the vast gap which divides the rich from the poor in America so vividly and forcefully brought home to me. I had seen on my map a park called Schenley, and thinking that it might be interesting, I made my way out on a main thoroughfare, called, quite appropriately, I think, Fifth Avenue, lined with some of the finest residences of the city. Never did the mere possession of wealth impress me so keenly. Here were homes of the most imposing character, huge, verandaed, tree-shaded, with immense lawns, great iron or stone or hedge fences, and formal gardens and walks of a most ornate character. It was a region of well-curbed, well-drained, and well-paved thoroughfares. Even the street lamps were of a better design than elsewhere, so eager was a young and democratic municipality to see that superior living conditions were provided for the rich. There were avenues lined with well-cropped trees, and at every turn one encountered expensive carriages, their horses jingling silver or gold-gilt harness, their front seats occupied by one or two footmen in livery, while reclining was Madame or Sir, or both, gazing condescendingly upon the all too comfortable world about them. In Schenley Park was a huge and interesting arboretum or botanical garden under glass, a most oriental affair given by Phipps of the Carnegie Company. A large graceful library of white limestone, perhaps 4 or 5 times the size of the one in Allegheny, given by Andrew Carnegie, was in the process of construction. And he was another of the chief beneficiaries of Homestead, the possessor of a great house in this region, another in New York, and still another in Scotland, a man for whom the unwitting Pinkertons and contending strikers had been killed. Like huge ribbons of fire, these and other names of powerful steelmen, the Olivers, Thaws, Fricks, Thompsons, seemed to rise and band the sky. It seemed astonishing to me that some men could thus rise and soar about the heavens like eagles, while others, drab sparrows all, could only pick among the offal of the hot ways below. What were these things called democracy and equality about which men prated? Had they any basis in fact? There was constant palaver about the equality of opportunity which gave such men as these their chance, but I could not help speculating as to the lack of equality of opportunity these men created for others, once their equality at the top had made them. If equality of opportunity had been so excellent for them, why not for others, especially those in their immediate care? True, all men had not the brains to seize upon and make use of that which was put before them, but again, not all men of brains had the blessing of opportunity as had these few men. Strength, as I felt, should not be too arrogant or too forgetful of the accident or chance by which it had arrived. It might do something for the poor, pay them decent living wages, for instance. Were these giants planning to subject their sons and daughters to the same equality of opportunity which had confronted them at the start, and which they were so eager to recommend to the attention of others? Not at all. In this very neighborhood I passed an exclusive private school for girls, with great grounds and a beautiful wall, another sample of equality of opportunity. On the 4th day of my stay here, I called again at the dispatch office and was given a position, but only after the arrival of a telegram from Toledo offering me work at $18 a week. Now, I had long since passed out of the $18 stage of reporting, and this was by no means a comforting message. If I could show it to the dispatch city editor, I reasoned, it would probably hasten his decision to accept me, but also he might consider $18 as a rate of pay acceptable to me and would offer no more. I decided not to use it just then, but to go first and see if anything had come about in my favor. "Nothing yet," he said on seeing me. "Drop around tomorrow or Saturday. I'm sure to know then one way or another." I went out, and in the doorway below stood and meditated. What was I to do? If I delayed too long, my friend in Toledo would not be able to do anything for me, and if I showed this message it would fix my salary at a place below that which I felt I deserved. I finally hit upon the idea of changing the 18 to 25, and went to a telegraph office to find some girl to rewrite it for me. Not seeing a girl I would be willing to approach, I worked it over myself, carefully erasing and changing until the 25, while a little forced and scraggly, looked fairly natural. With this in my pocket, I returned to the dispatch the same afternoon, and told the city editor, with as great an air of assurance as I could achieve, that I had just received this message and was a little uncertain as to what to do about it. "The fact is," I said, "I have started from the west to go east. New York is my eventual goal, unless I find a good place this side of it. But I'm up against it now, and unless I can do something here, I might as well go back there for the present. But I wouldn't show you this except that I must answer it tonight." He read it and looked at me uncertainly. Finally he got up, told me to wait a minute, and went through a nearby door. In a minute or two he returned and said, "Well, that's all right. We can do as well as that, anyhow, if you want to stay at that rate." "All right," I replied as nonchalantly as I could. "When do I start?" "Come around tomorrow at 12. I may not have anything for you, but I'll carry you for a day or two until I have." I trotted down the nearby steps as fast as my feet would carry me, anxious to get out of his sight so that I might congratulate myself freely. I hurried to a telegraph office to reject my friend's offer. To celebrate my cleverness and success, I indulged in a good meal at one of the best restaurants. Here I sat, and to prepare myself for my work, examined that day's dispatch, as well as the other papers, with a view to unraveling their method of treating a feature or a striking piece of news, also to discover what they considered a feature. By 9 or 10 I had solved that mystery as well as I could, and then to quiet my excited nerves, I walked about the business section, finally crossing to Mount Washington so as to view the lighted city at night from this great height. It was radiantly clear up here, and a young moon shining, and I had the pleasure of looking down upon as wonderful a night panorama as I have ever seen, a winking and fluttering field of diamonds that outrivaled the sky itself. As far as the eye could see, there were these lamps blinking and winking, and overhead was another glistening field of stars. Below was that enormous group of stacks with their red tongues waving in the wind. Far up the Monongahela, where lay Homestead and McKeesport and Braddock and Swissvale, other glows of red fire indicated where huge furnaces were blazing and boiling in the night. I thought of the nest of slums I had seen at Homestead, of those fine houses in the East End, and of Carnegie with his libraries, of Phipps with his glass conservatories. How to get up in the world and be somebody was my own thought now, and yet I knew that wealth was not for me. The best I should ever do was to think and dream, standing aloof as a spectator. The next day I began work on the dispatch, and for 6 months was a part of it, beginning with ordinary news reporting, but gradually taking up the task of preparing original column features, first for the daily and later for the Sunday issue. Still later, not long before I left, I was by way of being an unpaid assistant to the dramatic editor and a traveling correspondent. What impressed me most was the peculiar character of the city and the newspaper world here, the more or less somnolent nature of its population, apart from the steel companies and their employees, and the genial and sociable character of the newspaper men. Never had I encountered more intelligent or helpful or companionable, albeit cynical men than I found here. They knew the world, and their opportunities for studying public as well as private impulses and desires, and contrasting them with public and private performances, were so great as to make them puzzled, if not always accurate judges of affairs and events. One can always talk to a newspaper man, I think, with the full confidence that one is talking to a man who is at least free of moralistic mush. Nearly everything in connection with those trashy romances of justice, truth, mercy, patriotism, public profession of all sorts, is already and forever gone if they have been in the business for any length of time. The religionist is seen by them for what he is, a swallower of romance or a masquerader looking to profit and preferment. Of the politician, they know or believe but one thing, that he is out for himself, a trickster artfully juggling with the moods and passions and ignorance of the public. Judges are men who have by some chance or other secured good positions and are careful to trim their sails according to the moods and passions of the strongest element in any community or nation in which they chance to be. The arts are in the main to be respected when they are not frankly confessed to be enigmas. In a very little while I came to be on friendly terms with the men of this and some other papers, men who, because of their intimate contact with local political and social conditions, were well fitted to enlighten me as to the exact economic and political conditions here. Two in particular, the political and labor men of this paper, were most helpful. The former, a large, genial commercial drummer type, who might also have made an excellent theatrical manager or promoter, provided me with a clear insight into the general cleavage of local and state politics and personalities. I liked him very much. The other, the labor man, was a slow, silent, dark, square-shouldered, and almost square-headed youth, who drifted in and out of the office irregularly. He it was who attended, when permitted by the working people themselves, all labor meetings in the city or elsewhere, as far east at times as the hard coal regions about Wilkes-Barre and Scranton. As he himself told me, he was the paper's sole authority for comments or assertions as it dared to make in connection with the mining of coal and the manufacture of steel. He was an intense sympathizer with labor, but not so much with organized as with unorganized workers. He believed that labor here had 2 years before lost a most important battle, one which would show in its contests with money in the future, which was true. He pretended to know that there was a vast movement on foot among the moneyed elements in America to cripple, if not utterly destroy, organized labor, and to that end he assured me once that all the great steel and coal and oil magnates were in a conspiracy to flood the country with cheap foreign labor, which they had lured or were luring here by all sorts of dishonest devices. Once here, these immigrants were to be used to break the demand of better paid and more intelligent labor. He pretended to know that in the coal and steel regions thousands had already been introduced, and more were on their way, and that all such devices as showy churches and schools for defectives, etc., were used to keep ignorant and tame those already here. "But you can't say anything about it in Pittsburgh," he said to me. "If I should talk, I'd have to get out of here. The papers here won't use a thing unfavorable to the magnates in any of these fields. I write all sorts of things, but they never get in." He read the Congressional Record daily, as well as various radical papers from different parts of the country, and was constantly calling my attention to statistics and incidents which proved that the working man was being most unjustly put upon and undermined. But he never did it in any urgent or disturbed manner. Rather, he seemed to be profoundly convinced that the cause of the workers everywhere in America was hopeless. They hadn't the subtlety and the force and the innate cruelty of those who ruled them. They were given to religious and educational illusions, the parochial school and church paper, which left them helpless. In the course of time, because I expressed interest in and sympathy for these people, he took me into various mill slums in and near the city to see how they lived. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 61. I went with him first to Homestead, then to some tenements there, later to some other mill districts nearer Pittsburgh, the name of which I have forgotten. What astonished me, in so far as the steel mills were concerned, was a large number of furnaces going at once, the piles, mountains of powdered iron ore ready to be smelted, the long lines of cars, flat, box, and coal cars, and the nature and size and force of the machinery used to roll steel. The work, as he or his friends the bosses showed me, was divided between the front and the back. Those working at the front of the furnace took care of the molten ore and slag which was being puddled. The men at the back, the stock and yard men, filled huge steel buckets or skips suspended from traveling cranes, with ore, fuel, and limestone, all of which was piled near at hand. This material was then trundled to a point over the mouth of the smelting vats, as they were called, and released via a movable bottom. At this particular plant, I was told that the machinery for handling all this was better than elsewhere, the company being richer and more progressive. In some of the less progressive concerns, the men filled carts with raw material and then trundled them around to the front of a hoist, which was at the back of the furnace, where they were lifted and dumped into the furnaces. But in this mill, all a man had to do to fill a steel bucket with raw material was to push one of those steel buckets suspended from a trolley under a chute and pull a rod, when the stock tumbled into it. From these it was trundled by machinery to a point over the furnace. The furnaces were charged or fed constantly by feeders working in 12-hour shifts, so that there was little chance to rest from their labors. Their pay was not more than half of that paid to the men at the front, because it was neither so hard nor so skillful, although it looked hard enough to me. The men at the front, the puddlers, were the labor princes of this realm, and yet among the hardest worked. A puddling or blast furnace was a brick structure like an oven, about 7 feet high and 6 feet square, with 2 compartments, one a receptacle into which pig iron was thrown, the other a fuel chamber where the melting heat was generated. The drafts were so arranged that the flame swept from the fuel chamber directly upon the surface of the iron. From 500 to 600 pounds of pig iron were put into each furnace at one time, after which it was closed and sufficient heat applied to melt down the iron. Then the puddler began to work it with an iron rod through a hole in the furnace door, so as to stir up the liquid and bring it in contact with the air. As the impurities became separated from the iron and rose to the top as slag, they were tipped out through a center notch. As it became freer from impurities, a constantly higher temperature was required to keep the iron in a liquid condition. Gradually it began to solidify in granules, much as butter forms in churning. Later it took on or was worked into large malleable balls, or lumps, or rolls like butter, 3 to any given charge or furnace. Then, while still in a comparatively soft but not molten condition, these were taken out and thrown across a steel floor to a taker to be worked by other machinery and other processes. Puddling was a full-sized man's job. There were always 2 and sometimes 3 to a single furnace, and they took turns at working the metal, as a rule 10 minutes to a turn. No man could stand before a furnace and perform that back-breaking toil continually. Even when working by spells, a man was often nearly exhausted at the end of his spell. As a rule, he had to go outside and sit on a bench, the perspiration running off him. The intensity of the heat in those days, 1893, was not as yet relieved by the device of shielding the furnace with water-cooled plates. The wages of these men was in the neighborhood of $3 a day, the highest then paid. Before the Great Strike, it had been more. But the men who fascinated me were the roughers, who, once the puddler had done his work and thrown his lump of red-hot iron out upon an open hearth, and another man had taken it and thrown it to a rougher, fed it into a second machine, which rolled or beat it into a more easily handled and workable form. The exact details of the process escape me now, but I remember the picture they presented in those hot, fire-lighted, noisy, and sputtering rooms. Agility and even youth were at a premium, and a false step possibly meant death. I remember watching 2 men in the mill below Mount Washington, one who pulled out billet after billet from furnace after furnace and threw them along the steel floor to the rougher, and the latter, who, dressed only in trousers and a sleeveless flannel shirt, the sweat pouring from his body and his muscles standing out in knots, took these same, and, with the skill and agility of a tightrope performer, tossed them into the machine. He was constantly leaping about, thrusting the red billets, which came almost in a stream, into or between the first pair of rolls for which they were intended, and yet before he could turn back there was always another on the floor behind him. The rolls into which he fed these billets were built in a train, side by side in line, and as they went through one pair, they had to be seized by a catcher and shoved back through the next. Back and forth they went at an ever-increasing speed, until the catcher at the next to last pair of rolls, seizing the end of the rod as it came through, still red-hot, described with it a fiery circle, bending it back again to enter the last roll, from which it passed into water. It was wonderful. And yet these men were not looked upon as anything extraordinary. While the places in which they worked were metal infernos, and their toil of the most intense and exacting character, they were not allowed to organize to better their condition. The recent great victory of the steel magnates had settled that. In that very city and elsewhere, these magnates were rolling in wealth. Their profits were tumbling in so fast that they scarcely knew what to do with them. Vast libraries and universities were being built with their gifts. Immense mansions were crowded with art and historic furniture. Their children were being sent to special schools to be taught how to be ladies and gentlemen in a democracy which they contemned. And on the other hand, these sweating men were being denied an additional 5 or 10 cents an hour and the right to organize. If they protested or attempted to drive out imported strikebreakers, they were fired, and state or federal troops were called in to protect the mills. They could not organize then, and they are not organized now. My friend Martin, who was intensely sympathetic toward them, was still more sympathetic toward the men who were not so skillful, mere day laborers who received from $1 to $1.65 at a time when 2 a day was too little to support anyone. He grew melodramatic as he told me where these men lived and how they lived, and finally took me in order that I might see for myself. Afterward, in the course of my reportorial work, I came upon some of these neighborhoods and individuals, and since they are all a part of the great fortune-building era and illustrate how democracy works in America, and how some great fortunes were built, I propose to put down here a few pictures of things that I saw. Wages varied from 1 to 165 a day for the commonest laborer, 3 and even 4 a day for the skilled worker. Rents, or what the cheaper workers, who constituted by far the greater number, were able to pay, varied from $2.15 per week, or $8.60 per month, to $4.72 per week, or $20 per month. And the types of places they could secure for this. I recall visiting a 2-room tenement in a court, the character of which first opened my eyes to the type of home these workers endured. This court consisted of 4 sides with an open space in the center. 3 of these sides were smoke-grimed wooden houses, 3 stories in height. The 4th was an ancient and odorous wooden stable, where the horses of a contractor were kept. In the center of this court stood a circular wooden building or lavatory with 10 triangular compartments, each opening into 1 vault or cesspool. Near this was 1 hydrant, the only water supply for all these homes or rooms. These 2 conveniences served 20 families, Polish, Hungarian, Slavonic, Jewish, Negro, of from 3 to 5 people each, living in the 63 rooms which made up the 3 grimy sides above mentioned. There were 27 children in these rooms, for whom this court was their only playground. For 20 housewives, this was the only place where they could string their wash lines. For 20 tired, sweaty, unwashed husbands, this was, aside from the saloon, the only near and neighborly recreation and companionship center. Here, of a sweltering summer night, after playing cards and drinking beer, they would frequently stretch themselves to sleep. But this was not all. As waste pipes were wanting in the houses, heavy tubs of water had to be carried in and out, and this in a smoky town where a double amount of washing and cleaning was necessary. When the weather permitted, the heavy washes were done in the yard. Then the pavement of this populous court, covered with tubs, wringers, clothes baskets, and pools of soapy water, made a poor playground for children. In addition to this, these lavatories must be used, and in consequence a situation was created which may be better imagined than explained. Many of the front windows of these apartments looked down on this center, which was only a few yards from the kitchen windows, creating a neat, sanitary, and uplifting condition. While usually only 2 families used one of these compartments, in some other courts 3 or 4 families were compelled to use one, giving rise to indifference and a sense of irresponsibility for their condition. While all the streets had sewers, and by borough ordinance these outside vaults must be connected with them, still most of them were flushed only by wastewater, which flowed directly into them from the yard faucet. When conditions became unbearable, the vaults were washed out with a hose attached to the hydrant, but in winter, when there was danger of freezing, this was not always possible. There was not one indoor closet in any of these courts. But to return to the apartment in question. The kitchen was steaming with vapor from a big wash tub set on a chair in the middle of the room. The mother, who had carried the water in, was trying to wash and at the same time keep the older of her 2 babies from tumbling into the tub of scalding water that was standing on the floor. On one side of the room was a huge puffy bed, with 1 feather tick to sleep on, and another for covering. Near the window was a sewing machine, in a corner a melodeon, and of course there was the inevitable cook stove, upon which was simmering a pot of soup. To the left, in the second room, were 1 boarder and the man of the house, asleep. 2 boarders, so I learned, were at work, but at night would be home to sleep in the bed now occupied by 1 boarder and the man of the house. The little family and their boarders, taken to help out on the rent, worked and lived so in order that Mr. Carnegie might give the world 1 or 2 extra libraries with his name plastered on the front, and Mr. Frick a mansion on Fifth Avenue. It was to Martin and his interests that I owed still other views. He took me one day to a boarding house in which lived 24 people, all in 2 rooms, and yet to my astonishment and confusion, it was not so bad as that other court, so great apparently is the value of intimate human contact. Few of the very poor day laborers, as Martin explained to me, who were young and unmarried, cared how they lived so long as they lived cheaply and could save a little. This particular boarding house and homestead was in a court such as I have described, and consisted of 2 rooms, one above the other, each measuring perhaps 12 by 20. In the kitchen at the time was the wife of the boarding boss cooking dinner. Along one side of the room was an oilcloth-covered table with a plank bench on each side. Above it was a rack holding a long row of white cups, and a shelf with tin knives and forks. Near the up-to-date range, the only real piece of furniture in the room, hung the buckets in which all mill men carried their noon or midnight meals. A crowd of men were lounging cheerfully about, talking, smoking, and enjoying life, one of them playing a concertina. They were making the most of a brief spell before their meal and departure for work. In the room above, as the landlord cheerfully showed us, were double iron bedsteads set close together, and on them comfortables neatly laid. In these 2 rooms lived, besides the boarding boss and his wife, both stalwart Bulgarians, and their 2 babies, 20 men. They were those who handled steel billets and bars, unloaded and loaded trains, worked in cinder pits, filled steel buckets with stock, and what not. They all worked 12 hours a day, and their reward was this and what they could save over and above it, out of $9.60 per week. Martin said a good thing about them at the time. I don't know how it is. I know these people are exploited and misused. The mill owners pay them the lowest wages, the landlords exploit these boarding house keepers as well as their boarders, and the community which they make by their work don't give a damn for them, and yet they are happy, and I'll be hanged if they don't make me happy. It must be that just work is happiness, and I agreed with him. Plenty of work, something to do, the ability to avoid the ennui of idleness and useless, pensive, futile thought. There was another side that I thought was a part of all this, and that was the vice situation. There were so many girls who walked the streets here, and back of the dispatch and post office buildings, as well as in the streets ranged along the Monongahela below Smithfield, Water, First, and Second, were many houses of disrepute, as large and flourishing an area as I had seen in any city. As I learned from the political and policeman, the police here, as elsewhere, protected vice, or in other words, preyed upon it. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser, Chapter 62. In the meantime, I was going about my general work, and an easy task it proved. My city editor, cool, speculative, diplomatic soul, soon instructed me as to the value of news and its limitations here. We don't touch on labor conditions except through our labor man, he told me, and he knows what to say. There's nothing to be said about the rich or religious in a derogatory sense. They're all right insofar as we know. We don't touch on scandals and high life. The big steel men here just about own the place, so we can't. Some papers out west and down in New York go in for sensationalism, but we don't. I'd rather have some simple little feature any time, a story about some old fellow with eccentric habits, than any of these scandals or tragedies. Of course, we do cover them when we have to, but we have to be mighty careful what we say. So much for a free press in Pittsburgh, AD 1893. And I found that the city itself, possibly by reason of the recent defeat administered to organized labor and the soft pedal of the newspapers, presented a most quiescent and somnolent aspect. There was little local news. Suicides, occasional drownings, a wedding or death in high society, a brawl in a saloon, the enlargement of a steel plant, the visit of a celebrity, or the remarks of some local pastor, provided the pabulum on which the local readers were fed. Sometimes an outside event, such as the organization by General Coxey of Canton, Ohio, of his hobo army, at that time moving toward Washington to petition Congress against the doings of the trusts, or the dictatorial and impossible doings of Grover Cleveland, opposition president to the dominant party of the state, or the manner in which the moribund Democratic Party of this region was attempting to steal an office or share in the spoils. These and the grand comments of gentlemen in high financial positions here and elsewhere as to the outlook for prosperity in the nation, or the steel mills, or the coal fields, occupied the best places in the newspapers. For a great metropolis as daring, forceful, economically and socially restless as this, it seemed unbelievable that it could be so quiescent, or say so little about the colossal ambitions animating the men at the top. But when it came to labor or the unions, their restlessness or unholy anarchistic demands, or the trashy views of a third-rate preacher complaining of looseness in dress or morals, or an actor voicing his views on art, or a politician commenting on some unimportant phase of our life, it was a very different matter. These papers were then free enough to say their say. I recalled that Thomas B. Reed, then Speaker of the House, once passed through the city and stopped off to visit some friendly steel magnate. I was sent to interview him and obtain his views as to General Coxey's army, a band of poor mistaken theorists who imagined that by marching to Washington and protesting to Congress, they could compel a trust-dictated American Senate and House to take cognizance of their woes. This able statesman, and he was no fool, being at the time in the councils in favor of the money power, and looked upon as the probable Republican presidential nominee, pretended to me to believe that a vast national menace lay in such a movement and protest. "Why, it's the same as a revolution," he ranted, washing his face in his suite at the Monongahela, his suspenders swaying loosely about his fat thighs. "It's an unheard-of proceeding. For 100 years the American people have had a fixed and constitutional and democratic measure of procedure. They have their county and state and national conventions, and their power of instructing delegates to the same. They can write any plank they wish into any party platform, and compel its enforcement by their votes. Now along comes a man who finds something that doesn't just suit his views, and instead of waiting and appealing to the regular party councils, he organizes an army and proceeds to march on Washington. But he has been able to muster only 300 or 400 men, all told," I suggested mildly. "He doesn't seem to be attracting many followers." "The number of his followers isn't the point," he insisted. "If one man can gather an army of 500, another can gather an army of 10 or 500,000. That means revolution." "Yes," I ventured, "but what about the thing of which they are complaining?" "It doesn't matter what their grievance is," he said somewhat testily. "This is a government of law and prescribed political procedure. Our people must abide by that." I was ready to agree, only I was thinking of the easy manner in which delegates and elected representatives everywhere were ignoring the interests, if not the mandates, of the body politic at large, and listening to the advice and needs of financiers and trust builders. Already the air was full of complaints against monopoly. Trusts and combinations of every kind were being organized, and the people were being taxed accordingly. All property, however come by, was sacred in America. The least protest of the mass anywhere was revolutionary, or at least the upwellings of worthless and never-to-be-countenanced malcontents. I could not believe this. I firmly believed then, as I do now, that the chains wherewith a rapidly developing financial oligarchy or autocracy meant to bind a liberty-deluded mass were then and there being forged. I felt then, as I do now, that the people of that day should have been more alive to their interests, that they should have compelled, at Washington or elsewhere, by peaceable political means, if possible, by dire and threatening uprisings if necessary, a more careful concern for their interests than any congressman or senator or governor or president at that time or since was giving them. As I talked to this noble chairman of the House, my heart was full of these sentiments, only I did not deem it of any avail to argue with him. I was a mere cub reporter, and he was the Speaker of the House of Representatives, but I had a keen contempt for the enthusiasm he manifested for law. When it came to what the money barons wished, the manufacturers and trust organizations hiding behind a huge and extortionate tariff wall, he was one of their chief guards and political and congressional advocates. If you doubt it, look up his record. But it was owing to this very careful interpretation of what was, and what was not news, that I experienced some of the most delightful newspaper hours of my life. Large features being scarce, I was assigned to do City Hall and Police, Allegheny, as the assignment book used to read, and with this mild task ahead of me, I was in the habit of crossing the Allegheny River into the city of Allegheny, where, ensconced in a chair in the reporter's room of the combined City Hall and Central Police Station, or in the Carnegie Public Library over the way, or in the cool, central, shaded court of the Allegheny General Hospital, with the head intern of which I soon made friends, I waited for something to turn up. As is usual with all city and police and hospital officials everywhere, the hope of favorable and often manufactured publicity animating them, I was received most cordially. All I had to do was to announce that I was from the dispatch and assigned to this bailiwick, and I was informed as to anything of importance that had come to the surface during the last 10 or 12 hours. If there was nothing, and usually there was not, I sat about with several other reporters, or with the head intern of the hospital. Or, having no especial inquiry to make, I crossed the street to Squire Daniels, whose office was in a tree-shaded square facing the civic center, and here, a squire being the equivalent of a petty police magistrate, inquired if anything had come to his notice. Squire Daniels, a large, bald, pink-faced individual of 300 weight, used of a sunny afternoon these warm spring days to sit in front of his office, his chair tilted against his office wall or a tree, and, with 3 or 4 cronies, retail the most delicious stories of old-time political characters and incidents. He was a mine of this sort of thing, and an immense favorite in consequence with all the newspaper men and politicians. I was introduced to him on my 3rd or 4th day in Allegheny as he was sitting out on his tilted chair, and he surveyed me with a smile. "From the dispatch, eh? Well, take a chair if you can find one. If you can't, sit on the curb or in the doorway. Many's the man I seen from the dispatch in my time. Your boss, Harry Gaither, used to come around here before he got to be city editor. So did your Sunday man, Funger. There ain't much news I can give you, but whatever there is, you're welcome to it. I always treat all the boys alike." And he smiled. Then he proceeded with his tale, something about an old alderman or politician who had painted a pig once in order to bring it up to certain prize specifications, and so won the prize, only to be found out later because the specifications wore off. He had such a zestful way of telling his stories as to compel laughter. And then directly across the street to the east from the City Hall was the Allegheny Carnegie Library, a very handsome building which contained, in addition to the library, an auditorium in which had been placed the usual, one of the largest, if not the largest, pipe organ in the world. This organ had one advantage. It was supplied with a paid city organist, who on Sundays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays entertained the public with free recitals, and so capable was he that seats were at a premium and standing room only the rule unless one arrived far ahead of time. This manifestation of interest on the part of the public pleased me greatly, and somehow qualified, if it did not atone for, Mr. Carnegie's indifference to the welfare of his employees. But I was most impressed with the 40 or 50,000 volumes so conveniently arranged that one could walk from stack to stack, looking at the labels and satisfying one's interest by browsing in the books. The place had most comfortable window nooks and chairs between stacks and in alcoves. One afternoon, having nothing else to do, I came here and by the merest chance picked up a volume entitled The Wild Ass's Skin by the writer who so fascinated Wandel, Honoré de Balzac. I examined it curiously, reading a preface which shimmered with his praise. He was the great master of France. His Comédie Humaine covered every aspect of the human welter. His interpretations of character were exhaustive and exact. His backgrounds were abundant, picturesque, gorgeous. In Paris, his home had been turned into a museum and contained his effects as they were at the time of his death. I turned to the first page and began reading, and from then on until dusk I sat in this charming alcove reading. A new and inviting door to life had suddenly been thrown open to me. Here was one who saw, thought, felt. Through him I saw a prospect so wide that it left me breathless. All Paris, all France, all life through French eyes. Here was one who had a tremendous and sensitive grasp of life, philosophic, tolerant, patient, amused. At once I was personally identified with his Raphael, his Rastignac, his Bixiou, his Bianchon. With Raphael I entered the gaming house of the Palais Royal, looked despairingly down into the waters of the Seine from the Pont Royal, turned from it to the shop of the dealer in antiques, was ignored by the perfect young lady before the shop of the print-seller, attended the Taillefer banquet, suffered horrors over the shrinking skin. The lady without a heart was all too real. It was for me a literary revolution, not only for the brilliant and incisive manner with which Balzac grasped life and invented themes whereby to present it, but for the fact that the types he handled with most enthusiasm and skill, the brooding, seeking, ambitious beginner in life's social, political, artistic, and commercial affairs, Rastignac, Raphael, de Roumbompe, Bianchon, were, I thought, so much like myself. Indeed, later taking up and consuming, almost at a sitting, the great man from the provinces, Père Goriot, Cousin Pons, Cousin Bet, it was so easy to identify myself with the young and seeking aspirants. The brilliant and intimate pictures of Parisian life, the exact flavor of its politics, arts, sciences, religions, social goings to and fro, impressed me so as to accomplish for me what his imaginary magic skin had done for Raphael, transfer me bodily and without defect or lack to the center, as well as to the circumference of the world which he was describing. I knew his characters as well as he did, so magical was his skill. His grand and somewhat pompous philosophical deductions, his easy and offhand disposition of all manner of critical, social, political, historical, religious problems, the manner in which he assumed as by right of genius intimate and irrefutable knowledge of all subjects, fascinated and captured me as to the true method of the seer and the genius. Oh, to possess such insight as this! To know and be a part of such a cosmos as Paris, to be able to go there, to work, to study, suffer, rise, and even end in defeat if need be. So fascinatingly alive were all the journeys of his puppets. What was Pittsburgh? What St. Louis? What Chicago? And yet, in spite of myself, while I adored his Paris, still I was obtaining a new and more dramatic light on the world in which I found myself. Pittsburgh was not Paris. America was not France. But in truth they were something, and Pittsburgh at least had aspects which somehow suggested Paris. These charming rivers, these many little bridges, the sharp contrasts presented by the East End and the mill regions, the huge industries here and their importance to the world at large, impressed me more vividly than before. I was in a workday, begrimed, and yet vivid Paris. Taillefer, Nucingen, Valentin were no different from some of the immense money magnates here. In their case, luxury, power, at least the possibilities which they possessed. Coming out of the library this day, and day after day thereafter, the while I rendered as little reportorial service as was consistent with even a show of effort, I marveled at the physical similarity of the two cities as I conceived it, at the chance for pictures here as well as there. American pictures here as opposed to French pictures there. And all the while I was riding with Lucien to Paris, with his mistress, courting Madame Nucingen with Rastignac, brooding over the horror of the automatically contracting skin with Raphael, poring over his miseries with Goriot, practicing the horrible art of prostitution with Madame Marneffe. For a period of 4 or 5 months I ate, slept, dreamed, lived him and his characters and his views and his city. I cannot imagine a greater joy and inspiration than I had in Balzac these spring and summer days in Pittsburgh. Idyllic days, dreamy days, poetic days, wonderful days, the while I ostensibly did police and city hall in Allegheny. End of chapter 62.
Chapter 63 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 63. It will be unfair to myself not to indicate that I rendered an adequate return for the stipend paid me. As a matter of fact, owing to a peculiar character of the local news conditions, as well as my own creative if poorly equipped literary instincts at the time, I was able to render just such service as my employers craved, and that with scarcely a wrench to my mental ease, for what they craved, more than news of a dramatic or disturbing character, was some sort of idle feature, stuff which they could use in place of news and still interest their readers. The springtime, Balzac, the very picturesque city itself, my own idling and yet reflective deposition, caused me finally to attempt a series of mood or word pictures about the most trivial matters. A summer storm, a spring day, a visit to a hospital, the death of an old switchman's dog, the arrival of the first mosquito, which gave me my first taste of what it means to be a creative writer. The city editor asked me one day if I could not invent some kind of feature, and I sat down and thought of one theme and another. Finally, I thought of the fly as a possible subject for an idle skit. Being young and ambitious, and having just crawled out of a breeding pit somewhere, he alighted on the nearest fence or window-sill, brushing his head and wings reflectively, and meditated on the chances of a livelihood or a career. What would be open to a young and ambitious fly in a world all too crowded with flies? There were barns, of course, and kitchens, and horses, and cows, and pigs, but these fields were overrun, and this was a sensitive and cleanly and meditative fly, flying about here and there to inspect the world. He encountered within a modest and respectable home a shiny pate which seemed to offer a rather polished field of effort, and so on. This idle thing, which took me not more than 3/4 of an hour to write, and which I was almost afraid to submit, produced a remarkable change in the attitude of the office, as well as in my life and career. We had at this time as assistant city editor a small, retiring, and sentimental soul, Jim Israels, who was one of the most gracious and approachable and lovable men I have ever known. He it was to whom I turned over my skit. He took it with an air of kindly consideration and helpfulness. "Trying to help us out, are you?" he said with a smile, and then added when I predicted its worthlessness, "Well, it's not such an easy thing to turn out that stuff. I hope it's something the chief will like." He took it, and as I noticed, for I hung about to see, read it at once, and I saw him begin to smile and finally chuckle. "The thing's all right," he called. "You needn't worry. Theodore will be pleased with this, I know," and began to edit it. I went out to walk and think, for I had nothing to do except wander over the Allegheny to find out if anything had turned up. When I returned at 6, I was greeted by my city editor with a smile and told that if I would, I could do that sort of thing as much as I liked. "Try and get up something for tomorrow, will you?" I said I would try. The next day, a spring rain descending with wonderful clouds and a magnificent electrical display, I described how the city, dry and smoky and dirty, lay panting in the deadening heat, and how, out of the west came, like an answer to a prayer, this sudden and soothing storm, battalion upon battalion of huge clouds, riven with great silvery flashes of light, darkening the sun as they came, and how suddenly, while shutters clapped and papers flew, and office windows and doors had to be closed, and signs squeaked and swung, and people everywhere ran to cover, the thousands upon thousands who had been enduring the heat heaved a sigh of gratitude. I described how the tennis tenements, the homes of the rich, the office buildings, the factories, the hospitals, and jails changed under these conditions, and then ventured to give specific incidents and pictures of animals and men. This was received with congratulation, especially from the assistant editor, who was more partial to anything sentimental than his chief. But I, feeling that I had hit upon a vein of my own, was not inclined to favor the moods of either, but to write such things as appealed to me most. This I did from day to day, wandering out into the country or into strange neighborhoods, for ideas, and so varying my studies as my mood dictated. I noticed, however, that my more serious attempts were not so popular as the lighter and sillier things. This might have been a guide to me, had I been so inclined, leading to an easy and popular success. but by instinct and observation I was inclined to be interested in the larger and more tragic phases of life. Mere humor, such as I could achieve when I chose, seemed always to require for its foundation the most trivial of incidents, whereas huge and massive conditions underlay tragedy and all the more forceful aspects of life. But what pleased and surprised me was the manner in which these lighter as well as the more serious things were received, and the change they made in my standing. Hitherto I was merely a newcomer, being tested and by no means secure in my hold on this position. Now of a sudden my status was entirely changed. I was a feature man, one who had succeeded where others apparently had failed, and so I was made more than welcome. To my surprise, my city editor one day asked me whether I had had my lunch. I gladly availed myself of a chance to talk to him, and he told me a little something of local journalistic life, who the publisher of this paper was, his politics and views. The assistant editor asked me to dinner. The Sunday editor, the chief political reporter, the chief city hall and policeman grew friendly. I went to lunch or dinner with one or the other, was taken to the press club after midnight, and occasionally to a theatre by the dramatic man. Finally, I was asked to contribute something to the Sunday papers, and later still asked to help the dramatic man with criticisms. I was a little puzzled and made quite nervous through not vain by this sudden change. The managing editor came to talk familiarity with me, and after him the son of the publisher, fresh from a European trip. But when he told me how interested he was in the kind of thing I was doing, and that he wished he could write like that, I remember feeling a little envious of him, with his fine clothes and easy manner. An invitation to dine at his home soothed me in no way. I never went. There was some talk of sending me to report a proposed commercial conference, at Buffalo, I believe, looking to the construction of a ship canal from Erie or Buffalo to Pittsburgh. But it interested me not at all. I had no interest in those things, really not in newspaper work, and yet I scarcely knew what I wanted to do if not that. One thing is sure, I had no commercial sense whereby I might have profited by all this. After the second or third sketch had been published, there was a decided list in my direction, and I might have utilized my success instead. I merely mooned and dreamed as before, reading at the Carnegie Library, going out on assignments or writing one of these sketches, and then going home again or to the press club. I gathered all sorts of data as to the steel magnates, Carnegie, Phillips, and Frick especially, their homes, their clubs, their social condensations, and superiorities. The people of Pittsburgh were looked upon as vassals by some of these, and their interviews on returning from the seashore or the mountains partook of the nature of a royal return. I remember being sent once to the Cuisine Club to interview Andrew Carnegie, fresh from his travels abroad, and being received by a secretary who allowed me to stand in the back of a room in which Mr. Carnegie, short, stocky, bandy-legged, a grand air of superiority investing him, was addressing the elite of the city on the subject of America and its political needs. No note-taking was permitted, but I was later handed a typewritten address to the people of Pittsburgh, and told that a dispatch would be allowed to publish that. And it did. I smiled then, and I smile now, at the attitude of press, pulpit, officials of this amazing city of steel and iron, where one and all seemed so genuflective and bootlicking, and yet seemed not to profit to any great degree by the presence of these magnates, who were constantly hinting at removing elsewhere unless they were treated thus and so through the life of a great and forceful metropolis depending on them alone. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by MauriceWilliams. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 64. It was about this time that I began to establish cordial relations with the short, broad-shouldered, sad-faced labor reporter, whom I have previously mentioned. At first, he appeared to be a little shy of me, but as time passed, and I seemed to have established myself in the favor of the paper, he became more friendly. He was really a radical at heart, but did not dare let it be known here. Often of a morning he would spend as much as 2 hours with me, discussing the nature of coal mining and steel making, the difficulty of arranging wage conditions which would satisfy all the men and not cause friction. But in the main, he commented on the shrewd and cunning way in which the bosses were more and more overreaching their employees, preying upon their prejudice by religious and political dodges, and at the same time misusing them shamefully. Through the company store, the short ton, the cost of mining materials, rent. At first, knowing nothing about the situation, I was inclined to doubt whether he was as sound in these matters as he seemed to be. Later, as I grew in personal knowledge, I thought he might be too conservative. So painful did many of the things seem which I saw with my own eyes and his aid. About this time, several things conspired to stir up my feelings in regard to New York. The Pittsburgh papers gave great space to New York events and affairs, much more than did most of the Mid-Western papers. There was a millionaire steel colony here which was trying to connect itself with the so-called 400 of New York, as well as the royal social atmosphere of England and France, and the comings and goings and doings of these people at Newport, New York, Bar Harbor, London, and Paris were fully chronicled. Occasionally, I was sent to one or another of these great homes to ask about the details of certain marriages or proposed trips, and would find the people in the midst of the most luxurious preparations. One night, for instance, I was sent to ask a certain steel man about the rumored resumption or extension of work in one of the mills. His house was but a dot on a great estate, the reaching of which was very difficult. I found him about 10 o'clock at night stepping into a carriage to be driven to the local station, which was at the foot of the grounds, although I was going to do the same station in order to catch a local back to the city. He did not ask me to accompany him. Instead, he paused on the step of his carriage to say that he could not say definitely whether the work would be done or not. He was entirely surrounded by bags, a gun, a fishing basket, and other paraphernalias. After which, of course, a servant was looking. When he was gone, I walked along the same road to the same station, and saw him standing there. Another man came up and greeted him. "Going down to New York, George?" he inquired. "No, to Chesapeake. My lodge man tells me ducks are plentiful there now, and I thought I'd run down and get a few." The through train, which had been ordered to stop for him, rolled in and he was gone. I waited for my smoky local, marveling at the comfort and ease which had been already attained by a man of not more than 45 years of age. But there were other things which seemed always to talk to me of New York. New York. I picked up a new weekly, the Standard, one evening and found a theatrical paper of the most pornographic and alluring character, which pretended to report with accuracy all the gaieties of the stage, the clubs, the tenderloins, or white light districts, as well as society of the racier and more spendthrift character. This paper spoke only of pleasure, yacht parties, midnight suppers, dances, scenes behind the stage, and of blissful young stars of the theatrical, social, and money worlds. Here were ease and luxury. In New York, plainly was all this, and I might go there and by some fluke of chance taste of it. I studied this paper by the hour, dreaming of all it suggested, and there was Monse's, the first and most successful of all the 10-cent magazines, then coming into existence and being fed to the public by the ton. I saw it first piled in high stacks before a news and bookstore in Pittsburgh. The size of the pile of magazines and the price induced a cursory examination, although I had never even heard of it before. Poor as it was intellectually, and it was poor, it contained an entire section of highly coded paper devoted to actresses, the stage and scenes from plays, and still another carrying pictures of beauties in society in different cities, and still another devoted to successful men in Wall Street. It breathed mostly of New York, its social doings, its art and literary colonies. It fired me with an ambition to see New York. A third paper, Town Topics, was the best of all, a paper most brilliantly edited by a man of exceptional literary skills, C.M.S. McMillan. It related to exclusive society in New York, London, and Paris, the houses, palaces, yachts, restaurants, and hotels, the goings and comings of the owners, and although it really poked fun at all, this and other forms of existence elsewhere, still there was an element of envy and delight in it, also which fitted my mood. It gave one the impression that there existed in New York, Newport, and elsewhere, London principally, a kind of Elysian realm in which forever basked the elect of fortune. Here was neither want nor care. How I brooded all over this. The marriages and rumors of marriages, the travels, engagements, feasts such as a score of facial novelists subsequently succeeded in picturizing to the entertainment and disturbance of rural America. For me, this realm was all flowers, sunshine, smart restaurants, blistering ballrooms, ease, comfort, beauty arrayed as only enchantment or a modern newspaper Sunday supplement can array it. And while I knew the back of it must be the hard contentions and realities such as everywhere hold and characterize life, still, I didn't know in reading these papers I refused to allow myself to cut through to reality. Life must hold some such realm as this, and spiritually I belonged to it, but I was already 23, and what had I accomplished? I wish most of all now to go to New York and enter the realm pictured by these papers. Why not? I might bag and harass or capture a fortune in some other way. I must save some money, I told myself, then financially fortified against starvation at least. I might reconnoiter the great city and who knows, perhaps conquer. Balzac's heroes had seemed to do so. Why not I? It is written of the dragon god of China that in the beginning it swallowed the world. And to cap it all, about this time I had a letter from my good brother, in which he asked me how long I would be piking about the West when I ought to be in New York. I should come this summer, when New York was at its best. He would show me Broadway, Manhattan Beach, a dozen worlds. He would introduce me to some New York newspapermen who would introduce me to the managers of the World and the Sun. The mere mention of these papers, so overawed was I by the things of Dana and Pulitzer, frightened me. I ought to be on a paper like the Sun, he said, since to him Dana was the greatest editor in New York. I meditated over this, deciding that I would go when I had some money. I then and there started a bank account, putting it in as much as $10 or $12 each week, and in a month or two began to feel that sense of security which a little money gives one. Another thing which had a strange psychologic effect on me at the time, as indeed it appeared to have on most of the intelligentsias of America, was the publication in Harper's The Spring and Summer of George du Maurier's Trilby. I have often doubted the import of novel writing in general, but viewing the effect of that particular work on me, as well as on others, one might as well doubt the import of power or fame or emotion of any kind. The effect of this book was not so much one of great reality and insight such as Balzac at times managed to convey, but rather of an exotic mood or perfume of memory and romance conveyed by someone who is in love with that memory and improvising upon it as musicians do upon a theme. Instant here I saw Paris and Trilby, and the Jew with his marvelous eyes. Trilby being hypnotized and carried away from little Billy seemed to me then of the essence of great tragedy. I myself fairly suffered, walking about and dreaming. The while I waited the one or two final portions, I was lost in the beauty of Paris, the delight of studio life, and resent more than ever, as one might a great deprivation, the need of living in a land where there was nothing but work. And yet, America and the city were fascinating enough to me because of the preponderant influence of foreign letters on American life. It seemed that Paris and London must be so much better since every one wrote about them. Like Balzac's Great Man from the Provinces, this book seemed to connect itself with my own life and the tragedy of not having the means to marry at this time, and of being compelled to wander about in this way, unable to support a wife. At last I became so wrought up that I was quite beside myself. I pictured myself as a little Billy, who would eventually lose by poverty, as he by trickery the thing I most craved, my Western sweetheart. Meditating on this, I vented some of my misery in the form of sentimental vaporizings in my feature articles, which were all liked well enough, but which seemed merely to heighten my misery. Finally, some sentimental letters being exchanged between myself and my love, I felt an uncontrollable impulse to return and see her in St. Louis before I went further away, perhaps never to return. A sense of an irrecoverable past which had pervaded Trilby had, I think, something to do with this. So interviews and interfusing are all thoughts and moods. At any rate, having by now considerable influence with this paper, I proposed a short vacation, and the city editor, wishing no doubt to propitiate me, suggested that the paper would be glad to provide me with a transportation both ways. So I made haste to announce a grand return, not only to my intended, but to McCord, Wood, and several others who were still in St. Louis. End of chapter 64.
Chapter 65 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 65. As one looks back on youth, so much of it appears ridiculous and maundering, and without an essential impulse or direction, and yet, as I look at life itself, I am not sure but that indirection or unimportant idlings are a part of life's method. We often think we are doing some vastly important thing, whereas in reality, we are merely marking time. At other times, when we appear to be marking time, we are growing or achieving at a great rate. And so it may have been with me. Instead of pushing on to New York, I chose to return to St. Louis and grasp one more hour of exquisite romance, drink one more cup of love. And whether it profited me save as pleasure is profit, I cannot tell. Only may not pleasure be the ultimate profit? This trip to St. Louis was for me a most pivotal and deranging thing, probably a great mistake. At that time, of course, I could not see that. Instead, I was completely lost in the grip of a passion that subsequently proved detrimental or devastating. The reality which I was seeking to establish was a temporary contact only. Any really beautiful girl or any idyllic scene could have done for me all the things that this particular girl and scene could do, only thus far I had chanced to meet no other who could displace her. And in a way, I knew this then, only I realized also that one beautiful specimen was as good a key to the lock of earthly delights as another, only there were so many locks or chambers to which one key would fit, and how sad, in youth at least, not to have all the locks, or at least a giant illusion as to one. This return began with a long hot trip in July to St. Louis, and then a quick change in the Union Station, there at evening, which brought me by midnight to the small town in the backwoods of Missouri, near which she lived. It was hot. I recall the wide hot fields and small wooden towns of southern Ohio and Indiana, and this Missouri landscape in the night, the frogs, the katydids, the summer stars. I ached and yearned, not so much over her as over youth and love and the evanescence of all material fires. The spirit of youth cried and sang at the same time. The little cottages with their single yellow light shining in the fields through which this dusty train ran. The perfumed winds. At last, the train stopped and left me standing at midnight on a wooden platform with no one to greet me. The train was late. A liveryman who was supposed to look after me did not. At a lone window sat the telegraph operator, station master, baggage agent all in one, a green shield shading his eyes. Otherwise, the station was bare and silent save for the katydids in some weeds near at hand and some chirping tree toads. The agent told me that a hotel was part of this station, run by this railroad. Upstairs, over the baggage and other rooms, were a few large barn-like sleeping chambers, carpetless, dusty, cindery, the windows curtainless and broken in places, and save for some all but slatless shutters unshielded from the world and the night. I placed a chair against my door, my purse under my pillow, my bag near at hand. During the night, several long freights thundered by, their headlights lighting the room. Yet, lying on a mattress of straw and listening to the frogs and katydids outside, I slept just the same. The next morning, I tied a handkerchief over my eyes and slept some more, arising about 10 to continue my journey. The home to which I was going was part of an old decayed village, once a point on a trail or stagecoach route, once the prospective capital of the state, but now nothing. A courthouse and some quaint tree-shaded homes were all but lost or islanded in a sea of corn. I rode out a long, hot, dusty road and finally up a long tree-shaded lane to its very end, where I passed through a gate, and at the far end came upon a worn, faded, rain-rotted house facing a row of trees in a wide lawn. I felt that never before had I been so impressed with a region and a home. It was all so simple. The house, though old and decayed, was exquisite. The old French windows, copied from where and by whom, reaching to the grass, the long graceful rooms, the cool hall, the veranda before it, so very southern in quality, the flowers about every window and door. I found a home in which lived a poverty-stricken and yet spiritually impressive patriarch, a mother who might serve as an American tradition, so simple and gracious was she, sisters and brothers who were reared in an atmosphere which somehow induced gracious, sympathetic idealism and consideration. Poor as they were the best of the families here. The father had been an office holder and one of the district leaders in his day, and one of his sons still held an office. His son-in-law was the district master of this entire congressional district, which included 7 counties and could almost make or break a congressman. All but 3 daughters were married, and I was engaged to one of the remaining ones. Another, too beautiful and too hoyden to think of anyone in particular, was teaching school or playing at it. A farm of 40 acres to the south of the house was tilled by the father and 2 sons. Elsewhere I have indicated this atmosphere, but here I like to touch on it again. We Americans have home traditions or ideals created as much by song and romance or anything else. My old Kentucky home, Swanee River. Despite any willing on my part, this home seemed to fulfill the spirit of those songs. There was something so sadly romantic about it. The shade of the great trees moved across the lawn in stately and lengthening curves. A stream at the foot of the slope leading down from the west side of the house dimpled and whimpered in the sun. Birds sang, and there were golden bees about the flowers and wasps under the eaves of the house. Hammocks of barrel, staves, and other of better texture were strung between the trees. In a nearby barn of quaint design were several good horses, and there were cows in the field adjoining. Ducks and geese solemnly padded to and fro between the house and the stream. The air was redolent of corn, wheat, clover, timothy, flowers. To me, it seemed that all the spirit of rural America, its idealism, its dreams, the passion of a Brown, the courage and patience and sadness of a Lincoln, the dreams and courage of a Lee or a Jackson, were all here. The very soil smacked of American idealism and faith, a fixedness in sentimental and purely imaginative American tradition, in which I, alas, could not share. I was enraptured. Out of its charms and sentiments, I might have composed an elegy or an epic, but I could not believe that it was more than a frail flower of romance. I had seen Pittsburgh. I had seen Lithuanians and Hungarians in their courts and hovels. I had seen the girls of that city walking the streets at night. The profound faith in God, in goodness, in virtue and duty that I saw here in no wise squared with the craft, the cruelty, the brutality, and the envy that I saw everywhere else. These parents were gracious and God-fearing, but to me they seemed asleep. They did not know life could not. These boys and girls, as I soon found, respected love and marriage and duty and other things which the idealistic American still clings to. Outside was all this other life that I had seen of which apparently these people knew nothing. They were as if suspended in dreams, lotus eaters, and my beloved was lost in the same romance. I was thinking of her beauty, her wealth of hair, the color of her cheeks, the beauty of her figure, of what she might be to me. She might have been thinking of the same thing, possibly more indirectly, but also she was thinking of the dignity and duty and sanctity of marriage. For her, marriage and one love were for life. For myself, whether I admitted it or not, love was a thing much less stable. Indeed, I was not thinking of marriage at all, but rather whether I could be happy here and now and how much I could extract out of love. Or perhaps, to be just to myself, I was as much a victim of passion and romance as she was, only to the two of us it did not mean the same thing. Unconsciously, I identified her with the beauty of all I saw and, at the same time, felt that it was all so different from anything I knew or believed that I wondered how she would fit in with the kind of life toward which I was moving. How overcome this rigidity in duty and truth? Both of us being inflamed, it was the most difficult thing for me to look upon her and not crave her physically, and, as she later admitted, she felt the same yearning toward me. At the time, however, she was all but horrified at a thought which ran counter to all the principles impressed upon her since early youth. There was thus, set up between us, in this delightful atmosphere, a conflict between tradition and desire. The hot, faint breezes about the house and in the trees seemed to whisper of secret and forbidden contact. The perfumes of the thickly grown beds of flowers, the languorous sultry heat of the afternoon and night, the ripening and blooming fields beyond, the drowsy, still starry nights, with their hum of insects and croak of frogs, and the purrs and whimpers and barks of animals, seemed to call for but one thing. There was in her an intense delight in living. No doubt she longed as much to be seized as I to seize her, and yet there was a moral elusiveness which added even more to the chase. I wished to take her then and not wait, but the prejudices of a most careful rearing frightened and deterred her. And yet I shall always feel that the impulse was better than the forces which confuted and subsequently defeated it. For then was the time to unite, not years later when, however, much of the economic and social and religious conditions which are supposed to surround and safeguard such unions had been fulfilled, my zest for her, and no doubt hers in part for me, had worn away. Love should act in its heat, not when its bank account is heavy. The chemic formula which works to reproduce the species, and the most vital examples at that, is not concerned with the petty local and social restraints which govern all this. Life, if it wants anything, wants children and healthy ones, and the weighing and binding rules which govern their coming and training may easily become too restrictive. Nature's way is correct. Her impulse is sound. The delight of possessing my fiancée then would have repaid her for her fears and me for ruthlessness if I had taken her. A clearer and better grasp of life would have been hers and mine. The coward sips little of life. The strong man drinks deep. Old prejudices must always fall, and life must always change. It is the law. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 66. And so, this romance ended for me. At the time, of course, I did not know it. On leaving her, I was under the impression that I was more than ever attached to her. In the face of this postponement, life took on a grayer and more disappointing aspect. To be forced to wait when at that moment, if ever, was the time. And yet, I told myself that better days were surely in store. I would return east and in some way place myself so that soon we might be reunited. It was a figment of hope. By the time I was finally capable of maintaining her economically, my earlier mood had changed. That hour which we had known, or might have known, had gone forever. I had seen more of life, more of other women, and although even then she was by no means unattractive, the original yearning had vanished. She was now but one of many, and there were those who were younger and more sophisticated, even more attractive. And yet, before I left her, what days! The sunshine, the lounging under the trees, the drowsy summer heat, the wishing for what might not be. Having decided that her wish was genuine and my impulse to comply with it wise, I stood by it, wishing that it might be otherwise. I consoled myself thinly with the thought that the future must bring us together, and then left, journeying first to St. Louis and later to New York. For while I was here, that letter from my brother which urged me once more to come to New York was forwarded to me. Just before leaving Pittsburgh, I had sent him a collection of those silly features I had been writing, and he also was impressed. I must come to New York. Some metropolitan paper was the place for me and my material. Anyhow, I would enjoy visiting there in the summertime more than later. I wired him that I would arrive at a certain time, and then set out for St. Louis and a visit among my old newspaper friends there. I do not know how most people take return visits, but I have often noted that it has only been as I have grown older and emotionally less mobile that they have become less and less significant to me. In my earlier years, nothing could have been more poignant or more melancholy than my thoughts on any of these occasions. Whenever I returned to any place in which I had once lived and found things changed as they always were, I was fairly transfixed by the oppressive sense of evanescence of everything, a mood so hurtful and dark, and yet with so rich if sullen a luster that I was left wordless with pain. I was all but crucified at realizing how unimportant I was, how nothing stayed, but all changed. Scenes passed, never to be recaptured. Moods came and friendships and loves, and were gone forever. Life was perpetually moving on. The beautiful pattern of which each of us, but more especially myself, was a part, was changing from day to day, so that things which were an anchor and a comfort and delight yesterday were tomorrow no more. And though perhaps innately I desired change, or at least appropriate and agreeable changes for myself, I did not wish this exterior world to shift, and that under my very eyes. The most haunting and disturbing thought always was that hourly I was growing older. Life was so brief, such a very little cup at best, and soon, whatever its miserable amount of character, it would be gone. Some had strength or capacity or looks or fortune, or all, at their command, and then all the world was theirs to travel over and explore. Beauty and ease were theirs, and love perhaps, and the companionship of interesting and capable people. But I, poor waif, with no definite or arresting skill of any kind, not even that of commerce, must go fumbling about looking in upon life from the outside, as it were. Beautiful women, or so I argued, were drawn to any but me. The great opportunities of the day in trade and commerce were for any but me. I should never have a fraction of the means to do as I wished or to share in the life that I most craved. I was an Ishmael, a wanderer. In St. Louis, I was oppressed beyond words. Of the newspaper men who had been living on the same floor with me in Broadway, there was not one left. At the Globe Democrat already reigned a new city editor. My two friends, Wood and McCord, while delighted to see me, told me of those who had already gone and seemed immersed in many things that had arisen since I had gone, and were curious as to why I have returned at all. I hung about for a day or two, wondering all the while I did so, and then took the train going east. Of all my journeys thus far, this to New York was the most impressive. It took on at once, the moment I left St. Louis, the character of a great adventure, for it was all unknown and enticing. For years, my mind had been centered on it. True to the law of gravitation, its pull was in proportion to its ever-increasing size. As a boy in Indiana, and later in Chicago, I had read daily papers sent on from New York by my sister E., who lived there. In Chicago, owing to a rivalry which existed on Chicago's part, not on New York's, I am sure, the papers were studded with invidious comments which, like all poorly based criticism, only served to emphasize the salient and impressive features of the greater city. It had an elevated road that ran through its long streets on stilts of steel and carried hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in the miniature trains drawn by small engines. It was a long, heavily populated island surrounded by great rivers, and was America's ocean door to Europe. It had the great Brooklyn Bridge, then unparalleled anywhere, Wall Street, Jay Gould, Cornelius Vanderbilt, a huge company of millionaires. It had Tammany Hall, the Statue of Liberty, unveiled not so many years before when I was a boy in southern Indiana, Madison Square Garden, the Metropolitan Opera House, the Horse Show. It was the center and home of fashionable society, of all fixed and itinerant actors and actresses. All great theatrical successes began there. Of papers of largest circulation and greatest fame, It had nearly all. As an ignorant understrapper, I had often contended, and that noisily, with various passing atoms of New York, as condescending as I was ignorant and stubborn as to the relative merits of New York and Chicago, New York and St. Louis. There could not be so much difference. There were many great things in these minor places. Some day, surely, Chicago would outstrip New York. Well, I lived to see many changes and things, but not that. Instead, I saw the great city grow and grow, until it stood unrivaled, for size and force and wealth at least, anywhere. And now, after all these tentative adventurings, I was at last to enter it. Although I was moderately well placed in Pittsburgh, and not coming as a homeless, penniless seeker, still, even now I was dreadfully afraid of it. Why, I cannot say. Perhaps it was because it was so immense and mentally so much more commanding. Still, I consoled myself with the thought that this was only a visit and I was to have a chance to explore it without feeling that I had to make my way then and there. I recall clearly the hot late afternoon in July when, after stopping off at Pittsburgh to refresh myself and secure a change of clothing, I took the train for New York. I noted with eager, hungry eyes a succession of dreary forge and mining towns, miles of blazing coke ovens paralleling the track and lighting these regions with a lurid glow after dusk, huge dark hills occasionally twinkling with a feeble light or two. I spent a half-wakeful night in the berth, dreaming and meditating in a nervous, chemic way. Before dawn, I was awake and watching our passage through Philadelphia, then Trenton, New Brunswick, Metuchen, Menlo Park, Rahway, Elizabeth, and Newark. Of all of these, save only Menlo Park, the home of Edison, who was then invariably referred to by journalists and parographers as the Wizard of Menlo Park, I knew nothing. As we neared New York at 7, the sky was overcast, and at Newark it began to drizzle. When I stepped down, it was pouring, and there, at the end of the long train shed, the immense steel and glass affair that once stood in Jersey City opposite Cortlandt Street of New York awaited my fat and smiling brother, as sweet-faced and gay and hopeful as a child. At once, he began, as was his way, a patter of jests and inquiries as to my trip, then led me to a furry entrance, 1½ dozen in a row, through which, as through the proscenium arch of a stage, I caught my first glance of the great Hudson. A heavy mist of rain was suspended over it, through which might be seen dimly the walls of the great city beyond. Puffing and squatty tugs, as graceful as fat ducks, attended by overhanging plumes of smoke, chugged noisily in the foreground of water. At the foot of the outline of the city beyond, only a few skyscrapers having yet appeared, lay a fringe of ships and docks and ferry houses. No ferry boat present, we needs must wait for one labeled de Brosse, as was labeled the slip in which we stood. But I was talking to my brother and learning of his life here and of that of my sister E., with whom he was living. The ferry boat eventually came into the slip and discharged a large crowd, and we, along with a vast company of commuters and travelers, entered it. Its center, as I noted, was stuffed with vehicles of all sizes and descriptions, those carrying light merchandise, as well as others carrying coal and stone and lumber and beer. I can recall to this hour the odor of ammonia and saltpeter so characteristic of the ferry boats and ferry houses, the crowd in the ferry house on the New York side waiting to cross over once we arrived there, and the miserable little horse cars then still trundling along West Street and between 14th and Broadway and the ferries and Gansevoort Market. These were drawn by one horse, and you deposited your fare yourself. And this in the city of elevated roads. But the car which we boarded had 2 horses. We traveled up West Street from de Brosse to Christopher, and thence along that shabby old thoroughfare to 6th Avenue and 14th Street, where we changed. At first, aside from the sea and the boats and the sense of hugeness which goes with immense populations everywhere, I was disappointed by the seeming meanness of the streets. Many of them were still paved with cobblestones, like the oldest parts of St. Louis and Pittsburgh. The buildings, houses, and stores alike were for the most part of a shabby red in color and varying in height from 1 to 6 stories, most of them of an aged and contemptible appearance. This was, as I soon learned from my serene and confident brother, an old and shabby portion of the city. These horse cars, in fact, were one of the jokes of the city, but they added to its variety. Don't think that they haven't anything else. This is just the New York way. It has the new and the old mixed. Wait till you're here a little while. You'll be like everybody else. There'll be just one place, New York. And so it proved after a time. The truth was that the city then, for the first time in a half-century if not longer, was but beginning to emerge from a frightful period of misrule at the hands of as evil a band of mercenaries as ever garroted a body politic. It was still being looted and preyed upon in a most shameful manner. Graft and vice stalked hand in hand. Although Tammany Hall, the head and center of all the graft and robbery and vice and crime protection, had been delivered a stunning blow by a reform wave which had temporarily ousted it and placed reform officials over the city, still the grip of that organization had not relaxed. The police and all minor officials, as well as the workmen of all departments, were still, under the very noses of the newly elected officials, perhaps with their aid, collecting graft and tribute. The Reverend Dr. Parkhurst was preaching, like Savonarola, the destruction of these corruptions of the city. When I arrived, the streets were not cleaned or well lighted, their ways not adequately protected or regulated as to traffic. Uncollected garbage lay in piles, the while the city was paying enormous sums for its collection. Small and feeble gas jets fluttered, when in other cities the arc light had for 15 years been a commonplace. As we dragged on this slow-moving car, the bells on the necks of the horses tinkling rhythmically, I stared and commented, "Well, you can't say that this is very much." "My boy," cautioned my good and cheerful brother, "you haven't seen anything yet. This is just an old part of New York. Wait till you see Broadway and Fifth Avenue. We're just coming this way because it's the quickest way home." When we reached 14th Street and 6th Avenue, I was very differently impressed. We had traveled for a little way under an elevated road over which trains thundered, and as we stepped down, I beheld an impressively wide thoroughfare, surging even at this hour in the morning with people. Here was Macy's, and northward stretched an area which I was told was the shopping center of the vast metropolis. Altman's, Eric's, O'Neill's, Adams, Simpson Crawford's, all huge stores and all in a row lining the west side of the street. We made our way across 15th Street to the entrance of a narrow brownstone apartment house and ascended 2 flights, waiting in a rather poorly lighted hall for an answer to our ring. The door was eventually opened by my sister, whom I had not seen since my mother's death 4 years before. She had become stout. The trim beauty, for which a very few years before she had been notable, had entirely disappeared. I was disappointed at first, but was soon reassured and comforted by an inherently kindly and genial disposition, which expressed itself in much talking and laughing. "Why, Theodore, I'm so glad to see you. Take off your things. Did you have a pleasant trip? George, here's Theodore. This is my husband, Theodore. Come on back, you and Paul." So she rattled on. I studied her husband, whom I had not seen before, a dark and shrewd and hawk-like person who seemed to be always following me with his eyes. He was an American of Middle Western extraction, but with a Latin complexion and Latin eyes. E's 2 children were brought forward, a boy and a girl, 4 and 2 years of age, respectively. A breakfast table was waiting, at which Paul had already seated himself. "Now, my boy," he began, "this is where you eat real food once more. No jerkwater hotels about this. No Pittsburgh newspaper restaurants about this. Ah, look at the biscuit. Look at the biscuit," as a maid brought in a creamery plateful. "And here's steak. Steak and brown gravy and biscuit. Steak and brown gravy and biscuit." He rubbed his hands in joy. "I'll bet you haven't seen anything like this since you left home. Ah, good old steak and gravy." His interest in food was always intense. "It's been many a day since I've had biscuit and gravy, E," I observed. "It's been many a day since I've had such biscuit and gravy, E," mocked my brother. "Get out, you," chimed in my sister. "Just listen to him, the old snooks. I can't get him out of the kitchen, can I, George? He's always eating. It's been many a day. Ho, ho." "I thought you were dieting," I inquired. "So I am, but you don't expect me not to eat this morning, do you? I'm doing this to welcome you." "So welcome," I scoffed. Our chatter became more serious as the first glow of welcome wore off. During it all, I was never free of a sense of the hugeness and strangeness of the city and the fact that at last I was here. And in this immense and far-flung thing, my sister had this minute nook. From where I sat, I could hear strange moanings and blowings which sounded like foghorns. "What is that noise?" I finally asked, for to me it was eerie. "Boats, tugs, and vessels in the harbor. There's a fog on," explained H, E's husband. I listened to the variety of sounds, some far, some near, some mellow, some hoarse. "How far away are they?" "Anywhere from 1 to 10 miles. I stopped and listened again. Suddenly, the full majesty of the sea sweeping about this island at this point caught me. The entire city was surrounded by water. Its great buildings and streets were all washed about by that same sea-green salty flood which I had seen coming over from Jersey City, and beyond were the miles and miles of dank salt meadows traversed by railroads. Huge liners from abroad were even now making their way here. At its shores were ranged in rows great vessels from Europe and all other parts of the world, all floating quietly upon the bosom of this great river. There were tugs and small boats and sailing vessels, and beyond all these, eastward, the silence, the majesty, the deadly earnestness of the sea. "Do you ever think how wonderful it is to have the sea so close?" I asked. "No, I can't say that I do," replied my brother. "Nor I," said my sister. "You get used to all these things here, you know." "It's wonderful, my boy," said my brother, as usual helpfully interested. He invariably seemed to approve of all my moods and approaches to sentiment, and, like a mother who admires and spoils a child, was anxious to encourage and indulge me. Great subject, the sea. I could not help smiling. He was so naïf and simple, and intellectually innocent and sweet. "It's a great city," I said suddenly, the full import of it all sweeping over me. "I think I'd like to live here." "Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you?" explained my brother gaily. "They all fall for it. Now it's the ocean vessels that get him. You take my advice, my boy, and move down here. The quicker the better for you." I replied that I might, and then tried to forget the vessels and their sirens, but could not. The sea, and this great city. Never before was I so anxious to explore a city, and never before so much in awe of one either. It seemed so huge and powerful and terrible. There was something about it which made me seem useful and trivial. Whatever one might have been elsewhere, what could one be here? End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser, Chapter 67. My sister's husband having something to do with this narrative, I will touch upon his history as well as that of my sister. In her youth, E was one of the most attractive of the girls in our family. She never had any intellectual or artistic interests of any kind. If she ever read a book, I never heard of it. But as for geniality, sympathy, industry, fair-mindedness, and an unchanging and self-sacrificing devotion to her children, I have never known anyone who could rival her. With no adequate intellectual training, save such as is provided by the impossible theories and teachings of the Catholic Church, she was but thinly capacitated to make her way in the world. At 18 or 19, she had run away and gone to Chicago, where she had eventually met H, who had apparently fallen violently in love with her. He was 15 years older than she and moderately well versed in the affairs of this world. At the time she met him, he was the rather successful manager of a wholesale drug company, reasonably well placed socially, married, and the father of 2 or 3 children, the latter all but grown to maturity. They eloped, going direct to New York. This was a great shock to my mother, who managed to conceal it from my father, although it was a 3 days' wonder in the journalistic or scandal world of Chicago. Nothing more was heard from her for several years, when a dangerous illness overtook my mother in Warsaw, and E came hurrying back for a few days' visit. This was followed by another silence, which was ended by the last illness and death of my mother in Chicago, and she again appeared, a distrait and hysteric soul. I never knew anyone to yield more completely to her emotions than she did on this occasion. She was almost fantastic in her grief. During all this time she had been living in New York, and she and her husband were supposed to be well off. Later, talking to Paul in St. Louis, I gathered that H, while not so successful since he had gone east, was not a bad sort, and that he had managed to connect himself with politics in some way, and that they were living comfortably in 15th Street. But when I arrived, I found that they were by no means comfortable. The Tammany administration, under which a year or 2 before he had held an inspectorship of some kind, had been ended by the investigations of the Lexow Committee, and he was now without work of any kind. Also, instead of having proved a faithful and loving husband, he had long since wearied of his wife and strayed elsewhere. Now, having fallen from his success, he was tractable. Until the arrival of my brother Paul, who for reasons of sympathy had agreed to share the expenses here during the summer season, he had induced E to rent rooms, but for this summer, this had been given up. With the aid of my brother and some occasional work H still did, they were fairly comfortable. My sister, if not quite happy, was still the devoted slave of her children and a most pathetically dependent housewife. Whatever fires or vanities of her youth had compelled her to her meteoric career, she had now settled down and was content to live with her children. Her youth was over, love gone, and yet she managed to convey an atmosphere of cheer and hopefulness. My brother Paul was in the best of spirits. He held a fair position as an actor, being the star in a road comedy and planning to go out the ensuing fall in a new one which he had written for himself and which subsequently enjoyed many successful seasons on the road. In addition, he was by way of becoming more and more popular nationally as a songwriter. Also, as I have said, he had connected himself as a third partner in a song publishing business, which was to publish his own and other songs, and this, despite its smallness, was showing unmistakable signs of success. The first thing he did this morning was to invite me to come and see this place, and about noon we walked across 15th Street and up 6th Avenue, then the heart of the shopping district, to 20th Street, and thence east to between 5th Avenue and Broadway, where in one time fashionable but now decayed dwelling, given over to a small wholesale ventures, his concern was housed on the 3rd floor. This was almost the center of a world of smart shops near several great hotels, the Continental, Bartholdi, and the Fifth Avenue. Next door were Lord & Taylor. Below this, on the next corner, at 19th and Broadway, was the Gorham Company, and below that, the Ditson Company, a great music house, Arnold, Constable and Company, and others. There were excellent restaurants and office buildings crowding out an older world of fashion. I remember being impressed with the great number of severe brownstone houses with their wide flights of stone steps, conservatories, and porte-cocheres. Fifth Avenue and 20th Street were filled with handsome Victorias and coaches. Going into my brother's office, I saw a sign on the door which read Halley, Haviland and Company, and underneath, Wing & Sons, Pianos. "Are you the agent for a piano?" I inquired. "Uh-huh. They let us have a practice piano in return for that sign." When I met his partners, I was impressed with the probability of success which they seemed to suggest and which came true. The senior member, Halley, was a young, small, goggled-eyed hunchback with a mouthful of protruding teeth and hair as black as a crow and piercing eyes. He had long, thin arms and legs, which, because of his back, made him into a kind of a spider of a man, and he went about spider-wise, laughing and talking, yet always with a heavy Scotch burr. "We're just about getting on our feet here now," he said to me, his queer twisted face screwed up into a grimace of satisfaction and pride, "and we haven't as yet much to show you. But with a leetle time, I'm a-thinking you'll be seeing things a-looking a leetle better." I laughed. "Say," I said to Paul when Halley had gone about some work, "how could you fail with him around? He's as smart as a whip, and they're all good luck anyhow." I was referring to the superstition which counts all hunchbacks as lucky to others. "Yes," said my brother, "I know they're lucky, and he's as straight and honest as they make 'em. I'll always get a square deal here." And then he began to tell me how his old publisher, by whom Halley had been employed, had trimmed him, and how this youth had put him wise. Then and there had begun this friendship which had resulted in this partnership. The space this firm occupied was merely one square room, 20 by 20, and in one corner of this was placed the free try-out piano. In another, between two windows, two tables stood back to back, piled high with correspondence. A longer table was along one side of a wall and was filled with published music, which was being wrapped and shipped. On the walls were some wooden racks or bins containing stock, the few songs thus far published. Although only a year old, this firm already had several songs which were beginning to attract attention, one of them entitled "On the Sidewalks of New York." By the following summer, this song was being sung and played all over the country and in England, an international hit. This office, in this very busy center, cost them only $20 a month, and their overhead expenses, as Halley pronounced it, were just next to nothing. I could see that my good brother was in competent hands for once. And the second partner, who arrived just as we were sitting down at a small table in a restaurant nearby for lunch, was an equally interesting youth whose personality seemed to spell success. At this time, he was still connected as head of stock, whatever that may mean, with that large wholesale and retail music house, the Ditson Company, at Broadway and 18th Street. Although a third partner in this new concern, he had not yet resigned his connection with the other and was using it, secretly of course, to aid him and his firm in disposing of some of their wares. He was quite young, not more than 27, very quick and alert in manner, very short of speech, avid and handsome, a most attractive and clean-looking man. He shot out questions and replies as one might bullets out of a gun. "Did he see Drake? What did he say? Any news from Baker? The devil he say. You don't mean it." I was moved to study him with the greatest care. Out of many anywhere, I told myself I would have selected him as a pushing and promising and very self-centered person, but by no means disagreeable. Speaking of him later, as well as of Halley, my brother once said, "You see, New York's the only place you could do a thing like this. This is the only place you could get fellows with their experience. Hallie used to be with my old publisher, Woodward, and he's the one that put me wise to the fact that Woodward was trimming me. And Haviland was a friend of his, working for Diston. From the first, I had the feeling that this firm of which my brother was a part would certainly be successful. There was something about it, a spirit of victory and health and joy in work and life, which convinced me that these three would make a go of it. I could see them ending in wealth, as they did before disasters of their own invention overtook them. But that was still years away, and after they had at least eaten the fruits of victory. As a part of this, my initiation into the wonders of the city, Paul led me into what he insisted was one of the wealthiest and most ornate of the Roman churches in New York, St. Francis Xavier in 16th Street, from which he was subsequently buried. Standing in this, he told me of some Jesuit priest there, a friend of his, who was comfortably berthed and a good sport into the bargain. A bird. However, having had my fill of Catholicism and its ways, I was not so much impressed either by his friend or his character. But 6th Avenue in this sunshine did impress me. It was the crowded center of nearly all the great stores, at least 5, each a block in length, standing in one immense line on one side of the street. The carriages, the well-dressed people. Paul pointed out to me the windows of Altman's on the west side of the street at 18th and said it was the most exclusive store in America, that Marshall Field and Company of Chicago was nothing, and I had the feeling from merely looking at it that this was true. It was so well arranged and spacious. Its windows, in which selected materials were gracefully draped and contrasted, bore out this impression. There were many vehicles of the better sort constantly pausing at its doors to put down most carefully dressed women and girls. I marveled at the size and wealth of a city which could support so many great stores all in a row. Because of the heat, my brother insisted upon calling a hansom cab to take us to 14th and Broadway, where we were to begin our northward journey. Just south of Union Square at 13th Street was the old Star Theater, of which he said, "There you have it. That used to be Lester Wallach's theater 20 years ago. The great Lester Wallach." There was an actor, my boy, a great actor. They talk about Mansfield and Barrett and Irving and Willard and all these other people today. All good, my boy, all good, but not in it with him, Theodore, not in it. This man was a genius. And he packed him in, too. Many a time I've passed this place when you couldn't get by the door for the crowd, and he proceeded to relate that in the old days, when he first came to New York, all the best part of the theatrical district was still about and below Union Square, Niblo's, the old London on the Bowery, and what not. I listened. What had been, had been. It might all have been very wonderful, but it was so no longer. All done and gone. I was new and strange, and wished to see only what was new and wonderful now. The sun was bright on Union Square now. This was a newer world in which we were living, he and I, this day. The newest wave of the sea invariably obliterates the one that has gone before, and that was only 20 years ago, and it has all changed again. North of this was the newer Broadway, the Broadway of the current actor, manager, and the best theaters, and fresh, smart, gay, pruned of almost every trace of poverty or care. Tiffany's was at 15th and Broadway, its windows glittering with jewels. Brentano's, the booksellers, were at 16th on the west side of Union Square, and Seremet, the photographer, was between 15th and 16th, a great gold replica of his signature indicating his shop. The Century Company, to which my brother called my attention as an institution I might some day be connected with, so great was his optimism and faith in me, stood on the north side of Union Square at 17th. At 19th and Broadway were the Gorham Company and Arnold, Constable and Company. At 20th was Lord & Taylor's great store, adjoining the old building in which was housed my brother's firm. Also at this street stood the old Continental Hotel, a popular and excellent restaurant occupying a large portion of its lower floor, which became a part of my daily life later. At 21st Street was then standing one of the three great stores of Park and Tilford. At 23rd, on the east side of the street, facing Madison Square, was another successful hotel, the Bartholdi, and opposite it, on the west side, was the site of the Flatiron Building. Across Madison Square, its delicate golden brown towers soaring aloft and alone, no huge buildings then as now to dwarf it, stood Madison Square Garden, Diana, her arrow pointed to the wind, giving naked chase to a mythic stag, her mythic dogs at her heels, high in the blue air above. The west side of Broadway, between 23rd and 24th, was occupied by the Fifth Avenue Hotel, the home, as my brother was quick to inform me, of Senator Platt, the Republican boss of the state, who, with Crocker, divided the political control of the state, and who were here held open court, the famous Amen Corner, where his political henchmen were allowed to ratify all his suggestions. It was somewhere within. Between 25th and 26th, on the same side of the street, were two more hotels, the Albemarle and the Hoffman House. Just north of this, at 27th and Broadway, on the east side of the street, and running through to Fifth Avenue, was Delmonico's. Into this we now ventured, my good brother hailing genially some acquaintance who happened to be in charge of the floor at the moment. The waiter who served us greeted him familiarly. I stared in awe at its pretentious and ornate furniture, its noble waiters, and the something about it which seemed to speak of wealth and power. How easily 5-cent crooks the knee to 5 million. A block or two north of this was the old Fifth Avenue Theater, then a theater of the first class, but later devoted to vaudeville. At 29th was the Gilsey House, one of the earliest homes of this, my Rialto-loving brother. At 13th and Broadway, on the east side, stood Palmer's Theater, famous for its musical and beauty shows. At 31st and Broadway, on the west side of the street, stood Augustus Daly's famous playhouse, its facade suggestive of older homes remodeled to this new use. And already it was coming to be passé. Weber and Fields had not even appeared, and in my short span it appeared and disappeared and became a memory. Between 28th and 34th were several more important hotels, the Grand, the Imperial, and between 33rd and 34th Streets in 6th Avenue was the Old Manhattan Theater, at that time the home of many successes, but also, like Daly's, drawing to the end of a successful career. In 34th Street, west of Broadway, later a part of the Macy's store site, was Coster and Biles Music Hall, managed by a man who subsequently was to become widely known, but who was then only beginning to rise, Oscar Hammerstein. And around the corner, in Broadway at 35th, was a very successful theater, the Herald Square, facing the unique and beautiful Herald Building. Beyond that, in 35th, not many feet east of 6th Avenue, was the Garrick, or the Lyceum as it was then known, managed by Daniel Frohman. Above these, at 36th, on the west side, was the Marlborough, at which later, in his heyday, my brother chose to live. At 38th, on the southeast corner, stood the popular and exclusive Normandy, one of the newer hotels, and at the northeast corner of this same intersection, the new and imposing Knickerbocker Theater. At 39th was the far-famed casino, with its choruses of girls, the mecca of all night-loving Johnnies and rowdies, and between 39th and 40th, on the west side, the world-famed Metropolitan Opera House, still unchanged, save for a restaurant in its northern corner. At 40th over the way stood the Empire Theater, with its stock company, which included the Drews, Fabershams, and whatnot. And in the same block was the famous Brown's Chop House, a resort for thespians and night lovers. At 42nd and Broadway, the end of all Rialtodom for my brother, and from which he turned sadly and said, "Well, here's the end," stood that Mecca of Meccas, the new Hotel Metropole, with its restaurant opening on 3 streets, its leather seats back to its walls, its high open windows, an air of super wisdom as to all matters pertaining to sport and the theater pervading it. This indeed was the extreme northern limit of the White Light District, and here we paused for a drink and to see and be seen. How well I remember it all, the sense of ease and well-being that was over this place, and over all Broadway, the loud clothes, the bright straw hats, the canes, the diamonds, the hot socks, the air of security and well-being assumed by those who had won an all too brief hour in that pretty, petty world of make-believe and pleasure and fame. And here my good brother was at his best. It was Paul here and Paul there. Already known for several songs of great fame, as well as for his stage work and genial personality, he was welcomed everywhere. And then, ambling down the street in the comforting shade of its west wall, what amazing personalities, male and female, and so many of them pausing to take him by the hand, slap him on the back, pluck familiarly at his coat lapel, and pour into his ear or his capacious bosom magnificent tales of successes, of great shows, of fights and deaths, and love affairs and tricks and scandals. There were moments with prize fighters, with long-haired thespians down on their luck and looking for a dime or a dollar, and bright petty upstarts of the vaudeville world. Retired miners and ranchmen out of the West, here to live and recount their tales of hardships endured, battles won, or of marvelous winnings at cards, trickeries in racing, prize fighting, and whatnot, now ambled by or stopped and exchanged news or stories. There was talk of what dogs or swine some people were, what liars, scoundrels, ingrates, as well as the magnificent, magnanimous, God's own salt, that others were. The oaths, the stories of women. My brother seemed to know them all. I was amazed. What a genial, happy, well thought of, successful man. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 68. All this while, of course, there had been much talk as to the character of those we met, the wealth and fashion that purchased at Tiffany's or at Brentano's, those who loafed at the Fifth Avenue, the Hoffman House, the Gilsey, the Normandy. My brother had friends in many of these hotels and bars. A friend of his was the editor of the Standard, Roland Burke Hennessy, and he would take me up and introduce me. Another was the political or sporting man of the Sun or World or Herald. Here came one who was the manager of the Casino or the Gilsey. One was a writer, a playwright, a songwriter, or a poet. A man of facile friendships, my brother. As we passed 23rd Street, he made it plain that here was a street which had recently begun to replace the older and more colossal 6th Avenue, some of the newer and much smarter stores, Best's, Laboutier's, McCreary's, Stern Brothers, having built here. This is really the smart street now. This and a part of Fifth Avenue about 23rd. The really exclusive stores are coming in here. If you ever work in New York, as you will, you'll want to know about these things. You'll see more smart women in here than in any other shopping street. And he called my attention to the lines of lacquered and befurred and beplushed carriages, the harness of the horses aglitter with nickel and gilt. Passing dailies, he said, "Now here, my boy, is a manager. He makes actors. He don't hire them. He takes 'em and trains 'em. All these young fellows and girls who are making a stir," and he named a dozen, among whom I noted such names as those of Maud Adams, Willie Collier, Drew and Faversham, worked for him. And he don't allow any nonsense. There's none of that upstage stuff with him, you bet. When you work for him, you're just an ordinary employee, and you do what he tells you, not the way you think you ought to do. I've watched him rehearse, and I know, and all these fellows tell the same story about him. But he's a gentleman, my boy, and a manager. Everybody knows that when he finishes with a man or a woman, they can act. At 33rd Street, he waved his hand in the direction of the Waldorf, which was then but the half of its later size. "Down there's the Waldorf. That's the place. That's the last word for the rich. That's where they give the biggest balls and dinners, there and at Delmonico's and the Netherland." And after a pause he continued, "Sometime you ought to write about these things, Thee. They're the limit for extravagance and show. The people out west don't know what's going on, but the rich are getting control. They'll own the country pretty soon. A writer like you could make 'em see that. You ought to show up some of these things so they'd know. Youthful, inexperienced, unlettered, the whole scroll of this earthly wallow a mere guess, I accepted that as an important challenge. Maybe it ought to be shown up, as though picturing or indicating life has ever yet changed it. But he, the genial and hopeful, always fancied that it might be so, and I with him. When he left me this day at 3 or 4, his interest ended because the wonders of Broadway had been exhausted. I found myself with all the great strange cities still to be explored. Making inquiry as to directions and distances, I soon found myself in Fifth Avenue at 42nd Street. Here, represented by mansions at least, was the agglomeration of wealth which, as I then imagined, solved all earthly ills. Beauty was here, of course, and ease and dignity and security, that most wonderful and elusive thing in life. I saw, I admired, and I resented, being myself poor and seeking. Fifth Avenue then lacked a few of the buildings which since have added somewhat to its impressiveness. The Public Library, the Metropolitan Museum facade at 82nd Street, as well as most of the great houses which now face Central Park north of 59th Street. But in their place was something that has since been lost and never will be again. A line of quiet and unpretentious brownstone residences which, crowded together on spaces of land no wider than 25 feet, still had about them an air of exclusiveness which caused one to hesitate and take note. Between 42nd Street and 49th Street, there was scarcely a suggestion of that coming invasion of trade which subsequently, in a period of less than 25 years, changed its character completely. Instead, there were clubs, residences, huge quiet and graceful hotels such as the Old Plaza and the Windsor, long since destroyed, and the very graceful Cathedral of St. Patrick. All the cross streets in this area were lined uniformly with brownstone or red brick houses of the same height and general appearance, a high flight of steps leading to the front door, a side gate, and door for servants under the steps. Nearly all of these houses were closely boarded up for the summer. There was scarcely a trace of life anywhere save here or there, where a servant lounged idly at a side gate or on the front steps talking to a policeman or a cabman. At 50th Street, the great church on its platform was as empty as a drum. At 59th, where stood the Savoy, the Plaza, and the Netherland, as well as the great home of Cornelius Vanderbilt, it was all bare as a desert. Lonely hansom cabs plucked dismally to and fro, and the father or mother of the present Fifth Avenue bus, an overgrown closed carriage, rolled lonesomely between Washington Square and 110th Street. Central Park had most of the lovely walks and lakes which grace it today, but no distant skyline. Central Park West, as such, had not even appeared. That huge wall that breaks the western sky now was waiting. Along this dismal thoroughfare, there trundled a dismal yellow horse car trailing up a cobble-paved street, bare of anything save a hotel or two and some squatter shanties on rocks with their attendant goats. But for all that, keeping on as far north as the museum, I was steadily more and more impressed. It was not beautiful, but perhaps, as I thought, it did not need to be. The congestion of the great city and the power of a number of great names were sufficient to excuse it. And ever and anon would come a something. The Gould home at 61st, the Havmeyer and Astor residences at 66th and 68th, the Lenox Library at 72nd, which redeemed it. Even the old red brick and white stone museum, now but the central core of the much larger building, with its attendant obelisk, had charm and dignity. So far I wandered, then took the bus and returned to my sister's apartment in 15th Street. If I have presented all of this mildly, it was by no means a mild experience for me. Sensitive to the brevity of life and what one may do in a given span, vastly interested in the city itself, I was swiftly being hypnotized by a charm more elusive than real, more of the mind than the eye perhaps, which seized upon and held me so tensely, nevertheless, that saw I was quite unable to judge sanely of all this new and saw its commonplace and even mean face in a most roseate light. The beauty, the hope, the possibilities that were here. It was not a handsome city. As I look back on it now, there was much that was gross and soggy and even repulsive about it. It had too many hard and treeless avenues and cross streets, bare of anything save stone walls and stone or cobble pavements, and wretched iron lampposts. There were regions that were painfully crowded with poverty, dirt, despair. The buildings were too uniformly low, compact, squeezed. Outside the exclusive residence and commercial areas, there was no sense of length or space. But having seen Broadway and this barren section of Fifth Avenue, I could not think of it in a hostile way, the magnetism of large bodies over small ones holding me. Its barrenness did not now appall me, nor its lack of beauty irritate. There was something else here, a quality of life and zest and security and ease for some, cheek by jowl with poverty and longing and sacrifice, which gives to life everywhere its keenest, most pathetic edge. Here was none of that eager clattering snap so characteristic of many of our western cities, which, while it arrests at first, eventually palls. No city that I have ever seen had exactly what this had. As a boy, of course, I had invested Chicago with immense color and force, and it was there, ignorant, American, semi-conscious, seeking, inspiring. But New York was entirely different. It had the feeling of gross and blissful and parading self-indulgence. It was as if self-indulgence whispered to you that here was its true home, as if, for the most part, it was here secure. Life here was harder, perhaps, for some more aware, more cynical and ruthless and brazen and shameless, and yet more alluring for these very reasons. Wherever one turned, one felt a consciousness of ease and gluttony, indifference to ideals, however low or high, and coupled with a sense of power that had found itself and was not easily to be dislodged, of virtue that has little idealism and is willing to yield for a price. Here, as one could feel, were huge dreams and lusts and vanities being gratified hourly. I wanted to know the worst and the best of it. During the few days that I was permitted to remain here, I certainly had an excellent sip. My brother, while associated with the other two as a partner, was so small a factor so far as his firm's internal economy was concerned that he was not needed as more than a handshaker on Broadway, one who went about among vaudeville and stage singers and actors and song composers and advertised by his agreeable personality the existence of his firm and its value to them. And it was that quality of geniality in him which so speedily caused his firm to grow and prosper. Indeed, he was its very breath and life. I always think of him as idling along Broadway in the summertime, seeing men and women who could sing songs and writers who could write them, and inducing them by the compelling charm of his personality to resort to his firm. He had a way with people, affectionate, reassuring, intimate. He was a magnet which drew the young and the old, the sophisticated and the unsophisticated, to his house gradually, and because of him and his fame, it prospered mightily, and yet I doubt if ever his partners understood how much he meant to them. His house was young and unimportant, yet within a year or two it had forged its way to the front, and this was due to him and none other. The rest was merely fair commercial management of what he provided in great abundance. While he waited for his regular theatrical season to resume, he was most excellently prepared to entertain one who might be interested to see Broadway. This night, after dinner at my sister's, he said, "Come on, sport," and together, after promising faithfully to be back by midnight, we ambled forth, strolling across 15th Street to 6th Avenue, and then taking a car to 33rd Street, the real center of all things theatrical at the time. Here, at Broadway and 35th, opposite the Herald Building and the Herald Square Theater, stood the Hotel Ulick, a popular rendezvous for actors and singers with whom my brother was most concerned. And here they were in great number, the sidewalks on two sides of the building alive with them, a world of glittering, spinning flies. I recall the agreeable summer evening air, the bright comforting lights, the open doors and windows, the showy clothes, the laughter, the jesting, the expectorating, the backslapping geniality. It was wonderful, the spirit and the sense of happiness and ease. Men do at times attain to happiness, paradise, even in the shabby, noisome, worthless, evanescent, make-believe world. I have seen it with my own eyes. And here, as in the more pretentious institution at 42nd Street, the Metropole, my brother was at ease. His was by no means the trade way of a drummer, but rather that of one who, like these others, were merely up and down the street, seeing what he might. He drank, told idle tales, jested unwearyingly. But all the while, as he told me later, he was really looking for certain individuals who could sing or play, and whom in this roundabout and casual way he might interest in the particular song or instrumental composition he was then furthering. And you never can tell, he said. You might run into some fellow who would be just the one to write a song or sing one for you. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 69. The next day I was left to myself and visited City Hall, Brooklyn Bridge, Wall Street, and the financial and commercial sections. I, having no skill for making money and intensely hungry for the things that money would buy, stared at Wall Street, a kind of cloudy Olympus in which foregathered all the gods of finance, with the eyes of one who hopes to extract something by mere observation. Physically, it was not then, as it is today, the center of a sky-crowded world. There were few, if any, high buildings below City Hall, few higher than 10 stories. Wall Street was curved, low-fronted, like Oxford Street in London. It began, as someone had already pointed out, at a graveyard and ended at a river. The house of J.P. Morgan was just then being assailed for its connection with a government gold bond issue. The offices of Russell Sage and George Gould, the son, as well as those of the Standard Oil Company below Wall in Broadway, and those of a whole company of now forgotten magnates, could have been pointed out by any messenger boy, postman, or policeman. What impressed me was that the street was vibrant with something which, though far from pleasing, craft, greed, cunning, niggardliness, ruthlessness, a smart swaggering ease on the part of some, and hopeless, bedraggled or beaten aspect on the part of others, held my interest, as might a tiger or a snake. I had never seen such a world. It was so busy and paper bestrewn, messenger and broken bestridden, as to make one who had nothing to do there feel dull and commonplace. One thought only of millions made in stocks overnight, of yachts, orgies, travels, fames, and what not else. Since that time, Wall Street has become much tamer, less significant, but then one had a feeling that if only one had a tip or a little skill, one might become rich, or that, on the other hand, one might be torn to bits, and that here was no mercy. I arrived a little before noon, and the ways were alive with messenger boys and young clerks and assistants. On the ground was a mess of papers, torn telegrams and letters. Near Broad and Wall Streets, the air was filled with a hum of voices and typewriter clicks issuing from open windows. Just then, as with the theatrical business later, and still later with the motion picture industry, it had come to be important to be in the street, however thin one's connection. To say, "I am in Wall Street," suggested a world of prospects and possibilities. The fact that at this time, and for 20 years after, the news columns were all but closed to suicides and failures in Wall Street, so common were they, illustrates how vagrant and unfounded were the dreams of many. But the end of Wall Street as the seat of American money domination might even then have been foretold. The cities of the nation were growing. New and by degrees more or less independent centers of finance were being developed. In the course of 15 years, it had become the boast of some cities that they could do without New York in the matter of loans, and it was true. They could. And today, many enterprises go west, not east, for their cash. In the main, Wall Street has degenerated into a second-rate gambler's paradise. What significant Wall Street figures are there today? On one of my morning walks in New York, I had wandered up Broadway to the Herald Building and looked into its windows, where were visible a number of great presses in full operation, much larger than any I had seen in the West, and my brother had recalled to me the fact that James Gordon Bennett, owner and editor of the Herald, had once commissioned Henry M. Stanley, at that time a reporter on the paper, to go to Africa to find Livingstone. And my good brother, who romanticized all things, my supposed abilities and possibilities included, was inclined to think that if I came to New York, some such great thing might happen to me. On another day, I went to Printing House Square, where I stared at the Sun and World and Times and Tribune buildings, all facing City Hall Park, sighing for the opportunities that they represented. Something about them overawed me, especially the World, the editor of which had begun his career in St. Louis years before. Compared with the Western papers of which I had been connected, all New York papers seemed huge. The task they represented editorially and repertorially much more difficult. True, a brother of a famous playwright with whom I had worked in St. Louis had come east and connected himself with the World, and I might have called upon him and spied out the land. He had fortified himself with a most favorable record in the West, as had I, only I did not look upon mine as so favorable somehow. Again, a city editor once of St. Louis was now here. City editor of one of the city's great papers, the Recorder, and another man, a Sunday editor of Pittsburgh, had become the Sunday editor of the press here. But these appeared to me to be exceptional cases. I reconnoitered these large and, in the main, rather dull institutions with the eye of one who seeks to take a fortress. The editorial pages of all these papers, as I had noticed in the West, bristled with cynical and condescending remarks about that region, and their voices representing great circulation and wealth gave them amazing weight in my eyes. Although I knew what I knew about the subservience of newspapers to financial interests, their rat-like fear of religionists and moralists, their shameful betrayal of the ordinary man at every point at which he could possibly be betrayed, yet still having the power, by weight of lies and pretense and make-believe, to stir him up to his own detriment and destruction, I was frightened by this very power, which in subsequent years I have come to look upon as the most deadly and forceful of all in nature, the power to masquerade and buy. There was about these papers an air of assurance and righteousness and authority and superiority which overawed and frightened me. To work on the Sun, the Herald, the World. How many cubs, from how many angles of our national life, were constantly and hopefully eyeing them from the very same sidewalks or benches in City Hall Park as the ultimate solution of all their literary, commercial, social, political problems and ambitions. The thousands of pipe-smoking collegians who have essayed the Sun alone, the Scullion Dannas, embryo Greeleys, and Bennetts. I decided it would be best for me to return to Pittsburgh and save a little money before I took one of these frowning editorial offices by storm, and I did return, but in what a reduced mood. Pittsburgh, after New York, and all I had seen there. And in this darkly brooding and indifferent spirit, I now resumed my work. A sum of money sufficient to sustain me for a period in New York was all that I wished now. And in the course of the next 4 months, I did save $240, enduring deprivations which I marvel at even now. Breakfast consisting of a cruller and a cup of coffee. Dinners that cost no more than a quarter, sometimes no more than 15 cents. In the meantime, I worked as before only to greater advantage, because I was now more sure of myself. My study of Balzac and these recent adventures in the great city had so fired my ambition that nothing could have kept me in Pittsburgh. I lived on so little that I think I must have done myself some physical harm, which told against me later in the struggle for existence in New York. At this time, I had the fortune to discover Huxley and Tyndall and Herbert Spencer, whose introductory volume to his synthetic philosophy, First Principles, quite blew me, intellectually, to bits. Hitherto, until I read Huxley, I had some lingering filaments of Catholicism trailing about me, faith in the existence of Christ, the soundness of his moral and sociologic deductions, the brotherhood of man. But on reading science and Hebrew tradition, and science and Christian tradition, and finding both the Old and New Testaments to be not compendiums of revealed truth, but mere records of religious experiences, and very erroneous ones at that, and then taking up First Principles, and discovering that all I deem substantial, man's place in nature, his importance in the universe, this too solid earth, man's very identity save as an infinitesimal speck of energy or a suspended equation, drawn or blown here and there by larger forces in which he moved quite unconsciously as an atom, all questioned and dissolved into other and less understandable things, I was completely thrown down in my conceptions or non-conceptions of life. Up to this time, there had been in me a blazing and unchecked desire to get on, and the feeling that in doing so, we did get somewhere. Now, in its place, was the definite conviction that spiritually one got nowhere, that there was no hereafter, that one lived and had his being because one had to, and that it was of no importance. Of one's ideals, struggles, deprivations, sorrows, and joys, it could only be said that there were chemic compulsions, something which for some inexplicable but unimportant reason responded to and resulted from the hope of pleasure and the fear of pain. Man was a mechanism, undevised and uncreated, and a badly and carelessly driven one at that. I fear that I cannot make you feel how these things came upon me in the course of a few weeks' reading and left me numb, my gravest fears as to the unsolvable disorder and brutality of life eternally verified. I felt as low and hopeless at times as a beggar of the streets. There was, of course, this other matter of necessity, internal chemical compulsion, to which I had to respond whether I would or no. I was daily facing a round of duties which now, more than ever, verified all that I had suspected and that these books proved. With a gloomy eye, I began to watch how the chemical, and their children, the mechanical forces operated through man and outside him, and this under my very eyes. Suicide seemed sadder since there was no care for them. Failures the same. One of those periodic scandals breaking out in connection with the care of prisoners in some local or state jail, I saw how self-interest, the hope of pleasure or the fear of pain, caused jailers or wardens or a sheriff to graft on prisoners, feed them rotten meat, torture them into silence and submission, and then, politics interfering, the hope of pleasure again and the fear of pain on the part of some, the whole thing hushed up, no least measure of the sickening truth breaking out in the subservient papers. Life could or would do nothing for those whom it so shamefully abused. Again, there was a poor section, one street in the East Pittsburgh district, shut off by a railroad at one end, the latter erecting a high fence to protect itself from trespass, and by an arrogant property owner at the other end. Yet, instead of denouncing either or both, the railroads being so powerful and the citizen prosperous and within his rights, I was told to write a humorous article, but not to hurt anybody's feelings. Also, before my eyes were always those regions of indescribable poverty and indescribable wealth previously mentioned, which were always carefully kept separate by the local papers, all the favors and compliments and commercial and social aids going to those who had, all the sniffs and indifferences and slights going to those who had not. And when I read Spencer, I could only sigh. All I could think of was that since nature would not or could not do anything for man, he must, if he could, do something for himself. And of this I saw no prospect, he being a product of these selfsame accidental, indifferent, and bitterly cruel forces. And so I went on from day to day, reading, thinking, doing fairly acceptable work, but always withdrawing more and more into myself. As I saw it then, the world could not understand me, nor I it, nor men each other very well. Then a little later I turned and said that since the whole thing was hopeless, I might as well forget it and join the narrow, heartless, indifferent scramble, but I could not do that either, lacking the temperament and the skill. All I could do was think, and since no paper such as I knew was interested in any of the things about which I was thinking, I was hopeless indeed. Finally, in late November, having $240 saved, I decided to leave this dismal scene and seek the charm of the great city beyond, hoping that there I might succeed at something, be eased and rested by some important kind of work. End of chapter 69. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A book about myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 70. My departure was accelerated by a conversation I had one day with the political reporter of whom I have spoken, but whose name I have forgotten. By now, I had come to be on agreeable social terms with all the men on our staff, and at midnight it was my custom to drift around the press club, where might be found a goodly company of men who worked on the different papers. I found this political man here one night. He said, "I can't understand why you stay here." Now, I wouldn't say that to anyone else in the game for fear he'd think I was plotting to get him out of his job. But with you, it's different. There's no great chance here, and you have too much ability to waste your time on this town. They won't let you do anything. The steel people have this town sewed up tight. The papers are muzzled. All you can do is to write what the people at the top want you to write, and that's very little. With your talent, you could go down to New York and make a place for yourself. I've been there myself, but had to come back on account of my family. The conditions were too uncertain for me, and I have to have a regular income. But with you, it's different. You're young, and apparently you haven't anyone dependent on you. If you do strike it down there, you'll make a lot of money, and what's more, you might make a name for yourself. Don't you think it's foolish for you to stay here? Don't think it's anything to me whether you go or stay. I haven't any axe to grind, but I really wonder why you stay. I explained that I had been drifting, that I was really on my way to New York, but taking my time about it. Only a few days before, I had been reading of a certain Indo-English newspaper man, fresh out of India with his books and short stories, who was making a great stir. His name was Rudyard Kipling, and the enthusiasm with which he was being received made me not jealous, but wishful for a career for myself. The tributes to his brilliance were so unanimous, and he was a mere youth as yet, not more than 27 or 8. He was coming to America, or was even then on his way, and the wonder of such a success filled my mind. I decided then and there that I would go, must go, and accordingly give notice to my intention. My city editor merely looked at me as much as to say, "Well, I thought so," and then said, "Well, I think you'll do better there myself, but I'm not glad to have you go. You can refer to us any time you want to." On Saturday, I drew my pay at noon, and by 4 o'clock had once more boarded the express which deposited me in New York the following morning at 7. My brother had long since left New York and would not be back until the following spring. I had exchanged a word or two with my sister and found that she was not prospering. Since Paul had left, she had been forced to resort to letting rooms, H not having found anything to do. I wired her I was coming and walked in on her the next morning. My sister, on seeing me again, was delighted. I did not know then, and perhaps if I had, I should not have been so pleased, that I was looked upon by her as the possible way out of her very difficult and trying crisis, which she and her 2 children were then facing. For H, from being a one-time fairly resourceful and successful and aggressive man, had slipped into a most disconcerting attitude of weakness and all but indifference before the onslaughts of the great city. My brother Paul, being away, saw no reason why he should be called upon to help them, since H was as physically able as himself. Aside from renting their rooms, there was apparently no other source of income here, at least none which H troubled to provide. He appeared to be done for, played out. Like so many who have fought a fair battle and then lost, he had wearied of the game and was drifting. And my sister, like so many of the children of ordinary families the world over, had received no practical education or training and knew nothing other than housework, that profitless trade. In consequence, within a very short time after my arrival, I found myself faced by one of 2 alternatives, that of retiring and leaving her to shift as best she might, a step which, in view of what followed, would have been wiser, but which my unreasoning sympathy would not permit me to do, or of assisting her with what means I had. But this would merely be postponing the day of reckoning for all of them and bringing a great deal of trouble upon myself. For, finding me willing to pay for my room and board here, and in addition to advance certain sums which had nothing to do with my obligations, H felt that he could now drift a little while longer, and so did, accepting through his wife such doles as I was willing to make. My sister, fumbling, impractical soul, flowing like water into any crevice of opportunity, accepted this sacrifice on my part. But despite these facts, which developed very slowly, I was very much alive to the possibilities which the city then held for me. At last I was here. I told myself I had a comfortable place to stay and would remain, and from this vantage point, I could now sally forth and reconnoiter the city at my leisure. And, as in all previous instances, I devoted a day or two to rambling about, surveying the world which I was seeking to manipulate to my advantage, and then, on the second or third afternoon, began to investigate those newspaper offices with which I was most anxious to connect. I can never forget the shock I received when, on entering first the World, then the Sun, and later the Herald, I discovered that one could not so much as to get in to see the city editor, that worthy being guarded by lobby and anteroom, in which were posted as lookouts and buffers or men-at-arms, as cynical and contemptuous a company of youths and hall boys as it has ever been my lot to meet. They were not only self-sufficient, but supercilious, scoffing and ribald. Whenever I entered one of these offices, there were 2 or 3 on guard, sometimes 4 or 5 in the World office, wrestling for the possession of an inkwell, or a pencil or an apple, or slapping each other on the back. But let a visitor arrive with an inquiry of some kind, and these young banditti would cease their personal brawling long enough at least to place themselves as a barricade between the newcomer and the door to the editorial sanctum, whereupon would ensue the following routine formula, each and every one of them chewing gum or eating an apple. Who'd you want to see? The city editor. What'd you want to see him about? A job. No vacancies. No vacancies today. He says to say no vacancies today. See? You can't go in there. He says no vacancies. But can't I even see him? No. He don't want to see anybody. No vacancies. Well, how about taking my name into him? Not if you're looking for a job. He says no vacancies. The tone and the manner were most disconcerting. To me, new to the city and rather overawed by the size of the buildings as well as the reputation of the editors and the publications themselves, this was all but final. For a little while after each rebuff, I did not quite see how I was to overcome this difficulty. Plainly, they were overrun with applicants, and in so great a city, why would they not be? But what was I to do? One must get in or write or call up on the telephone, but would any city editor worthy the name discuss a man's fitness or attempt to judge him by a telephone conversation or a letter? Rather dourly and speculatively, therefore, after I had visited 4 or 5 of these offices with exactly the same result in each instance, I went finally to City Hall Park, which fronted the majority of them, the Sun, the Tribune, the Times, the World, the Press, and stared at their great buildings. About me was swirling the throng which has always made that region so interesting, the vast mass that bubbles up from the financial district and the region south of it and crosses the plaza to Brooklyn Bridge and the elevated roads. The subways had not come yet. About me, on the benches of the park, was, even in this gray, chill December weather, that large company of bums, loafers, tramps, idlers, the flotsam and jetsam of the great city's whirl and strife, to be seen there today. I presume I looked at them and then considered myself and these great offices, and it was then that the idea of Hurstwood was born. The city seemed so huge and cruel. I recalled gay Broadway of the preceding summer and the baking, isolated, exclusive atmosphere of Fifth Avenue, all boarded up. And now I was here, and it was winter, with this great newspaper world to be conquered, and I did not see how it was to be done. At 4 in the afternoon, I dubiously turned my steps northward along the great, bustling, solidly commercial Broadway to 15th Street, walking all the way and staring into the shops. Those who recall Sister Carrie's wanderings may find a taste of it here. In Union Square, before Tiffany's, I stared at an immense Christmas throng. Then, in the darkness, I wandered across to my sister's apartment, and in the warmth and light there, set me down thinking what to do. My sister noticed my mood, and after a little while said, "You're worrying, aren't you?" "Oh, no, I'm not," I said rather pretentiously. "Oh, yes, you are too. You're wondering how you're going to get along. I know how you are. We're all that way. But you mustn't worry. Paul says you can write wonderfully. You've only been here a day or two. You must wait until you've tired a little while, and then see. You're sure to get along. New York isn't so bad, only you have to get started." I decided that this was true enough and proposed to give myself time to think. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 71. But the next day, and the next, and the next, brought me no solution to my problem. The weather had turned cold, and for a time there was a slushy snow on the ground, which made the matter of job hunting all the worse. Those fierce youths in the anterooms were no more kindly on the second and fifth days than they had been on the first. But by now, in addition to becoming decidedly dour, I was becoming a little angry. It seemed to me to be the height of discourtesy, not to say rank brutality, for newspapers, and especially those who boasted a social and humanitarian leadership of their fellows in American life, to place such unsophisticated and blatant and ill-trained upstarts between themselves and the general public, men and women of all shades and degrees of intelligence who might have to come in contact with them. H.L. Mencken has written, "The average American newspaper, especially the so-called better sort, has the intelligence of a Baptist evangelist, the courage of a rat, the fairness of a prohibitionist boob bumper, the information of a high school janitor, the taste of a designer of celluloid valentines, and the honor of a police station lawyer. Judging by some of my experiences and observations, I would be willing to subscribe to this. The unwarranted and unnecessary airs, the grand assumption of wisdom, the heartless and brutal nature of their internal economies, their pandering to the cheapest of all public instincts and tendencies in search of circulation." After several days, I made up my mind to see the city editor of these papers, regardless of hallboys. And so, going one day at 1 o'clock to the World, I started to walk right in, but, being intercepted as usual, lost my courage and retreated. However, as I have since thought, perhaps this was fortunate, for going downstairs, I meditated most grievously as to my failure, my lack of skill, and courage in carrying out my intention. So thoroughly did I castigate myself that I recovered my nerve and returned. I re-entered the small office, and finding two of the youths still on hand and waiting to intercept me, brushed them both aside as one might flies, opened the much-guarded door, and walked in. To my satisfaction, while they followed me and by threats and force attempted to persuade me to retreat, I gazed upon one of the most interesting city reportorial and editorial rooms that I have ever beheld. It was 40 or 50 feet wide, by 100 or more deep, and lighted, even by day in this gray weather, by a blaze of lights. The entire space from front to back was filled with desks. A varied company of newspaper men, most of them in shirt sleeves, were hard at work. In the forward part of the room, near the door by which I had entered, and upon a platform, were several desks at which 3 or 4 men were seated, the throne, as I quickly learned, of the city editor and his assistants. 2 of these, as I could see, were engaged in reading and marking papers. A third, who looked as though he might be the city editor, was consulting with several men at his desk. Copy boys were ambling to and fro. From somewhere came the constant click, click, click of telegraph instruments and the howl of "copy." I think I should have been forced to retire had it not been for the fact that as I was standing there, threatened and pleaded with by my 2 adversaries, a young man, since distinguished in the journalistic world Arthur Brisbane, who was passing through the room, looked at me curiously and inquired courteously, "What is it you want?" "I want," I said, half angered by the spectacle I was making and that was being made of me, "a job." "Where do you come from?" "The West." "Wait a moment," he said, and the youths, seeing that I had attracted his attention, immediately withdrew. He went toward the man at the desk, whom I had singled out as the city editor, and turned and pointed to me. "This young man wants a job. I wish you would give him one." The man nodded, and my remarkable interrogator, turning to me, said, "Just wait here," and disappeared. I did not know quite what to think, so astonished was I, but with each succeeding moment my spirits rose, and by the time the city editor chose to motion me to him, I was in a very exalted state indeed. So much for courage, I told myself. Surely I was fortunate, for had I not been dreaming for months, years, of coming to New York, and after great deprivation and difficulty, perhaps securing a position, and now of a sudden here, I was thus swiftly vaulted into the very position which of all others I had most craved. Surely this must be the influence of a star of fortune. Surely now, if I had the least trace of ability, I should be in a better position than I had ever been in before. I looked about the great room, as I waited patiently and delightedly, and saw pasted on the walls, at intervals, printed cards which read, "Accuracy, accuracy, accuracy. Who, what, where, when, how. The facts, the color, the facts." I knew what those signs meant. The proper order for beginning a newspaper story. Another sign insisted upon promptness, courtesy, geniality. Most excellent traits, I thought, but not as easy to put into execution as comfortable publishers and managing editors might suppose. Presently I was called over and told to take a seat, after being told, "I'll have an assignment for you after a while." That statement meant work, an opportunity, a salary. I felt myself growing apace. Only the eye and the glance of my immediate superior was by no means cheering or genial. This man was holding a difficult position, one of the most difficult in newspaperdom in America at the time, and under one of the most eccentric and difficult of publishers, Joseph Pulitzer. This same Pulitzer, whom Aileen Ireland subsequently characterized in so brilliant a fashion as to make this brief sketch trivial and unimportant save for its service here as a link in this tale, was a brilliant and eccentric Magyar Jew, long since famous for his journalistic genius. At that time, he must have been between 55 and 60 years of age, semi-dyspeptic and half-blind, having almost wrecked himself physically, or so understood, in a long and grueling struggle to ascend to preeminence in the American newspaper world. He was the chief owner, as I understood, of not only the New York World, but the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, the then afternoon paper of the largest circulation and influence in that city. While I was in St. Louis, the air of that newspaper world was surcharged, or still rife, with this remarkable publisher's past exploits. How once, when he was starting in the newspaper world as a publisher, he had been horsewhipped by some irate citizen for having published some derogatory item, and, having tamely submitted to the castigation, had then rushed into his sanctum and given orders that an extra should be issued detailing the attack, in order that the news value might not be lost to the counting room. Similarly, one of his St. Louis City or managing editors, one Colonel Cockrell by name, who at this very time or very little later was still one of the managing editors of the New York World, had, after conducting some campaign of exposure against a local citizen by order of his chief, and being confronted in his office by the same, evidently come to punish him, drawn a revolver and killed him. That was part of what might have been called the makings of this great newspaper figure. Here in New York, after his arrival on the scene in 1884, at which time he had taken over a moribund journal called The World, he had literally succeeded in turning things upside down, much as did William Randolph Hearst after him, and as had Charles A. Dana and others before him. Like all aggressive newspaper men worthy the name, he had seized upon every possible vital issue and attacked Tammany Hall, Wall Street, then defended by the Sun and the Herald, the House of Morgan, some phases of society, and many other features and conditions of the great city. For one thing, he had cut the price of his paper to 1 cent, a move which was reported to have infuriated his conservative and quiescent rivals, who were getting 2, 3, and 5, and who did not wish to be disturbed in their peaceful pursuits. The Sun, in particular, which had been made by the brilliant and daring eccentricity of Dana and his earlier radicalism, and the Herald, which originally owed its growth and fame to the monopoly-fighting skill of Bennett, were now both grown, conservative, and mutually attacked him as low, vulgar, indecent, and the like, an upstart Jew whose nose was in every putrescent dunghill, rattling out filth for the consumption of the dregs of society. But is it not always so when anyone arises who wishes to break through from submersion or nothingness into the white light of power and influence? Do not the resultant quakes always infuriate those who have ceased growing, or are at least comfortably quiescent, and who do not wish to be disturbed? Just the same, this man, because of his vital, aggressive, restless working mood, and his vaulting ambition to be all that there was to be of journalistic force in America, was making a veritable hell of his paper and the lives of those who worked for him. And although he himself was not present at the time, but was sailing around the world on a yacht, or living in a villa on the Riviera, or at Bar Harbor, or in his townhouse in New York or London, you could feel the feverish and disturbing and distressing ionic tang of his presence in this room as definitely as though he were there in the flesh. Air fairly sizzled with the ionic rays of this black star. Of secretaries to this editor-publisher, and traveling with him at the time, but coming back betimes to nose about the paper and cause woe to others, there were 5. Of sons, by no means in active charge, but growing toward eventual control, 2. Of managing editors, all slipping about and, as the newspaper men seemed to think, spying on each other, at one time as many as 7. He had so little faith in his fellow man, and especially such of his fellow men, as were so unfortunate as to have to work for him, that he played off one against another, as might have the Council of the Secret Ten in Venice, or as did the devils who ruled in the Vatican in the Middle Ages. Every man's hand, as I came to know in the course of time, was turned against that of every other. All were thoroughly distrustful of each other, and feared the incessant spying that was going on. Each, as I was told, and as to a certain extent one could feel, was made to believe that he was the important one, or might be, presuming that he could prove that the others were failures or in error. Proposed editorials, suggestions for news features, directions as to policy and whatnot were coming in from him every hour via cable or telegraph. Nearly every issue of any importance was being submitted to him by the same means. He was, as described by this same Alien Ireland, undoubtedly semi-neurasthenic, a diseased, demonized soul who could scarcely control himself in anything, a man who was fighting an almost insane battle with life itself, trying to be omnipotent and what not else, and never to die. But in regard to the men working here, how sharp a sort of disaster seemed suspended above them by a thread, the sort of dismissal, or of bitter reprimand or contempt. They had a kind of nervous, resentful terror in their eyes, as have animals when they are tortured. All were either scribbling busily or hurrying in or out. Every man was for himself. If you had asked a man a question, as I ventured to do while sitting here, not knowing anything of how things were done here, he looked at you as though you were a fool, or as though you were trying to take something away from him, or cause him trouble of some kind. In the main, they hustled by or went on with their work without troubling to pay the slightest attention to you. I had never encountered anything like it before, and only twice afterwards in my life did I find anything which even partially approximated it, and both times in New York. After the peace and ease of Pittsburgh, God! But it was immense. Just the same, terrific. End of chapter 71.
Chapter 72 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 72. After I had waited an hour or so, a boy came up and said, "The city editor wants to see you." I hurried forward to the desk of that poobah, who merely handed me a small clipping from another paper giving an account of some extraterrestrial manifestations that had been taking place in a graveyard near Elizabeth, and told me to see what there is in that. Unsophisticated as I was as to the ways of the metropolis, and assuming, Western fashion, that I might ask a question of my new chief, I ventured a feeble, "Where is that?" For my pains I received as contemptuous a look as it is possible for one human being to give another. "Back of the directory, back of the directory," came the semi-savage reply, and not quite realizing what was meant by that, I retired precipitately, trying to think it out. Almost mechanically I went to the directory, but fumbling through that part of it which relates the streets and their numbers, I began to realize that Elizabeth was a town and not a street. At a desk near the directory I noticed a stout man of perhaps 40, rotund and agreeable, who seemed to be less fierce and self-centered than some of the others. He had evidently only recently entered, for he had kicked off a pair of overshoes and laid a greatcoat over a chair beside him and was scribbling. "Can you tell me how I can get to Elizabeth?" I inquired of him. "Sure," he said, looking up and beginning to chuckle. "I haven't been in the city very long myself, but I know where that is. It's on the Jersey Central, about 12 miles out. You'll catch a local by going down to the Liberty Street ferry. I heard him tell you, back of the directory," he added genially. "You mustn't mind that. That's what they always tell you here, these smart elects." And he chuckled, very much like my friend McCord. They're the most inconsiderate lot I ever went up against, but you have to get used to it. Out where I came from, they'll give you a civil answer once in a while, but here it's back of the directory, and he chuckled again. "And where do you come from?" I asked. "Oh, Pittsburgh originally," he said, which same gave me a spiritual lift. "But I haven't been in the game for several years. I've been doing press agent work for a roadshow, one of my own," and he chuckled again. "I'm not a stranger to New York exactly, but I am to this paper and this game down here." I wanted to stay longer and talk to him, but I had to hurry on this my first assignment in New York. "Is this your desk?" I asked. "No, they haven't deigned to give me one yet," and he chuckled again. "But I suppose I will get one eventually, if they don't throw me out." "I hope I'll see you when I get back." "Oh, I'll be around here, if I'm not out in the snow. It's tough, isn't it?" And he turned to his work again. I bustled out through that same anteroom where I had been restrained, and observed to my pestiferous opponents. "Now, just take notice, Eddie. I belong here, see? I work here, and I'll be back in a little while." "Oh, that's all right," he replied with a grin. "We gotta do that. We gotta keep most of these hams out of here, though. That's the orders we got." Hams? I thought. They let these little snits speak of strangers as hams. That's New York for you. I made the short, dreary commuter's trip to Elizabeth. When I found my graveyard and the caretaker thereof, he said there was no truth in the story. No man by the name of the dead man mentioned had ever been buried there. No noises or appearances of any kind had been recorded. "They're always publishing things like that about New Jersey," he said. "I wish they quit it. Some newspaper fellow just wanted to earn a little money, that's all." I tramped back, caught a train, and reached the office at 8. Already most of the assignments had been given out. The office was comparatively empty. The city editor had gone to dinner. At a desk along a wall was a long, lean, dyspeptic-looking man, his eyes shaded by a green shield, whom I took to be the night editor, so large was the pile of copy beside him. But when I ventured to approach him, he merely glared sourly. "The city desk's not closed yet," he growled. "Wait till they'll come back." I retired, rebuffed again. Presently one of the assistants reappeared and I reported to him. "Nothing to it, eh?" he observed. "But there ought to be some kind of a josh to it." I did not get him. He told me to wait around, and I sought out an empty desk and sat down. The thing that was interesting me was how much I should be paid per week. In the meantime I contented myself with counting the desks and wondering about the men who occupied them, who they were, and what they were doing. To my right, against the north wall, were 2 roll-top desks, at one of which was seated a dapper actor-like man writing and posting. He was arrayed in a close-fitting gray suit, with a bright vest and an exceedingly high collar. Because of some theatrical programs which I saw him examining, I concluded that he must be connected with the dramatic department, probably the dramatic critic. I was interested and a little envious. The dramatic department of a great daily in New York seemed a wonderful thing to me. After a time also there entered another man who opened the desk next the dramatic critic. He was medium tall and stocky, with a mass of loose wavy hair hanging impressively over his collar, not unlike the advance agent of a cure-all or a quack messiah. His body was encased in a huge cape-coat which reached to his knees after the best manner of a tragedian. He wore a large, soft-brimmed felt, which he now doffed rather grandiosely, and stood a big cane in the corner. He had the look and attitude of a famous musician, the stage type, and evidently took himself very seriously. I put him down as the musical critic at least, some great authority of whom I should hear later. Time went by, and I waited. Through the windows from where I was sitting, I could see the tops of one or two buildings, one holding a clock face lighted with a green light. Being wary of sitting, I ventured to leave my seat and look out to the south. Then for the first time I saw that great night panorama of the East River and the bay with its ships and docks, and the dark mass of buildings in between, many of them still lighted. It was a great scene, and a sense of awe came over me. New York was so vast, so varied, so rich, so hard. How was one to make one's way here? I had so little to offer, merely a gift of scribbling, and money, as I could see, was not to be made in that way. The city editor returned and told me to attend a meeting of some committee which looked to the better lighting and cleaning of a certain district. It was all but too late, as I knew, and if reported would be given no more than an inch of space. I took it rather dejectedly. Then fell the worst blow of all. "Wait a minute," he said, as I moved to depart. "I wanted to tell you. I can't make you a reporter yet. There is no vacancy on our regular staff. But I'll put you on space, and you can charge of whatever you get in at 1/2 a column. We allow 50 cents an hour for time. Show up tomorrow at 11, and I'll see if anything turns up." My heart sank to my shoes. No reportorial staff with which I had ever been connected had been paid by space. I went to the meeting and found that it was of no importance, and made but 1 inch, as I discovered next morning by a careful examination of the paper. And a column of the paper measured exactly 21 inches. So my efforts this day, allowing for time charged for my first strip, had resulted in a total of $1.86, or a little less than street sweepers and snow shovelers were receiving. But this was not all. Returning about 11 with this item, I ventured to say to the night editor now in charge, "When does a man leave here?" "You're a new spaceman, aren't you?" "Yes, sir." "You have the late watch tonight." "And how late is that?" "Until after the first edition is on the press," he growled. Not knowing when that was, I still did not venture to question him, but returned to another reporter working near at hand, who told me I should have to stay until 3. At that time my green-shaded mentor called, "You might as well go now," and I made my way to the 6th Avenue L and so home, having been here since 1 o'clock of the preceding day. The cheerful face of my sister sleepily admitting me was quite the best thing that this brisk day in the great city had provided. End of chapter 72.
Chapter 73 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 73. The next morning, coming down at 11, I encountered my friend of the day before, whom I found looking through the paper and checking up such results as he had been able to achieve. "Tis, tis," he clicked to himself as he went over the pages, looking high and low for a minute squib which he had managed to get in. Looking around and seeing me near at hand, he said, "Positively, this is the worst paper in New York. I've always heard it was, and now I know it. This damned crowd plays favorites. They have an inside ring, a few pets, who get all the cream, and fellows like you and me get the short ends. Take me yesterday. I was sent out on 4 lousy little stories, and not one amounted to anything. I tramped and rode all over town in the snow, listened to a lot of fools spout, and this morning I have just 3 little items. Look at that, and that, and that. And he pointed to check marks on different pages. They made a total of, say, 7 or 8 inches, the equivalent in cash of less than $3. And I'm supposed to live on that, he went on. And I have a boy and a girl in school. How do they figure that a man is to get along? I had no consolation to offer him. After a time, he resumed. What they do is to get strangers like us, or any of these down-and-out newspaper men always walking up and down Park Row looking for a job, and get us to work on space because it sounds bigger to a greenhorn. Sure, they have spacemen here who amount to something, fellows who get big money, but they're not like us. They make as much as $75 and $100 a week, but they're rewrite men, old reporters who have too big a pull and who are too sure of themselves to stand for the low salaries they pay here. But they're at the top. We little fellows are told that stuff about space, but all we get is legwork. If you or I should get hold of a good story, don't you ever think they'd let us write it. I know that much. They'd take it away and give it to one of those rewrite fellows. There's one now. And he pointed to a large, comfortable man in a light brown overcoat and brown hat, who was but now ambling in. He rewrote one of my stories just the other day. If they wanted you for regular work, they'd make you take a regular salary for fear you'd get too much of space. They just keep us little fellows as extras to follow up such things as they wouldn't waste a good man on. And they're always firing a crowd of men every 3 or 4 months to keep up the zip of the staff, to keep 'em worried and working hard. I hate the damn business. I told myself in Pittsburgh that I never would get back in it again, but here I am. This revelation made me a little sick. So this was my grand job. A long period of drudgery for little or nothing, my hard-earned money exhausted, and then what? Just now, he went on, there's nothing doing around the town, or I wouldn't be here. I'm only staying until I can get something better. It's a dog's life. There's nothing in it. I worked here all last week, and what do you think I made? $12.75 for the whole week, time included. $12.75. It's an outrage. I agreed with him. What is this time they allow? I asked. How do they figure, expenses and all? Sure, they allow expenses, and I'm going to figure mine more liberally from now on. It's a little bonus they allow you for the time you work, but you don't get anything anyhow. I'll double any railroad fare I pay. If they don't like it, they can get somebody else. But they won't let you do too much of it, and if you can't make a little salary on small stuff, they won't keep you even then. He grinned. Anything big goes through the boys on a salary, and if it's real big, the spacemen, who are on salary and space, also get the cream. I went out on a story the other afternoon and tramped around in the rain and got all the facts, and just as I was going to sit down and write it, well, I hadn't really got started, one of the managing editors, there are about 20 around here, came up and took it away from me and gave it to somebody else to write. All I got was time. Gee, I was sore. But I don't care, he added with a chuckle. I'll be getting out of here one of these days. Being handed this dose of inspiring information, I was in no mood for what followed, although I decided that this series of ills that were now befalling him was due to the fact that he was older than myself and maybe not very efficient, whereas in my case, being young, efficient, etc., etc., the usual mental bonus youth hands itself, I should do better. But when it came to my assignments this day, and the next, and the next, and in addition I was handed the late watch, my cocksureness began to evaporate. Each day I was given unimportant rumors or verification tales, which came to nothing. So keen was the competition between the papers, especially between the World and the Sun, or the World and the Herald, that almost everything suggested by one was looked into and criticized by the others. The items assigned to me the second day were to visit the city morgue and there look up the body of a young and beautiful girl who was supposed to have drowned herself or been drowned, and see if this was true, as another paper had said. And of course, she was not beautiful at all. To visit a certain hotel to find out what I could about a hotel beat who had been arrested. This item, although written, was never used. To visit a Unitarian conference called to debate some supposed changes in faith or method of church development, the date for which, however, had been changed without notice to the papers, for which I was allowed time and car fare. My time, setting aside the long and wearisome hours in which I sat in the office awaiting my turn for an assignment, netted me the handsome sum of $2.50. And all the time in this very paper, I could read the noblest and most elevating discourses about duty, character, the need of higher sense of citizenship, and whatnot. I used to frown at the shabby pecksniffery of it, the cheap buncombe that would allow a great publisher to bleed and drive his employees at one end of his house and deliver exordiums as to virtue, duty, industry, thrift, honesty at the other. However, despite these little setbacks and insights, I was not to be discouraged. The fact that I had succeeded elsewhere made me feel that somehow I should succeed here. Nevertheless, in spite of this sense of efficiency, I was strangely overawed and made more than ordinary incompetent by the hugeness and force and heartlessness of the great city, its startling contrast of wealth and poverty, the air of ruthlessness and indifference and disillusion that everywhere prevailed. Only recently there has been a disgusting exposure of the putrescence and heartlessness and brutality which underlay the social structure of the city. There had been the Lexell investigation with its sickening revelations of graft and corruption, and the protection and encouragement of vice and crime in every walk of political and police life. The most horrible types of brothels had been proved to be not only winked at, but preyed upon by the police and the politicians by a fixed and graded monthly tax in which the patrolman, the roundsman, the captain, and the inspector, to say nothing of the district leader, shared. There was undeniable proof that the police and the politicians, even the officials of the city, were closely connected with all sorts of gambling and wiretapping and bunco steering, and even the subordination of murder. To the door of every house of prostitution and transient rooming house, the station police captain's man, the roundsman, came as regularly as the rent or the gas man and took more away. Squealers had been murdered in cold blood for their squealing. A famous chief of police, Burns by name, reputed at that time far and wide for his supposed skill in unraveling mysteries, being faced by a saturnalia of crime which he could not solve, had finally in self-defense caused to be arrested, tried, convicted, and electrocuted, all upon suborned testimony, an old, helpless, half-witted bum known as Old Shakespeare, whose only crime was that he was worthless and defenseless. But the chief had thereby saved his reputation. Not far from the region in which my sister lived, although it was respectable enough in its way, tramped countless girls by night and by day looking for men, the great business of New York, and all preyed upon by the police. On several occasions, coming home from work after midnight, I found men lying hatless, coatless, trousers pockets pulled out, possibly their skulls fractured, so inadequate or indifferent or conniving was the so-called police protection. Nowhere before had I seen such a lavish show of wealth or such bitter poverty. In my reporting rounds, I soon came upon the East Side, the Bowery, with its endless line of degraded and impossible lodging houses, a perfect horror of bums and failures. The Brooklyn waterfront, parts of it terrible in its degradation, and then, by way of contrast again, the great hotels, the mansions along Fifth Avenue, the smart shops and clubs and churches. When I went into Wall Street, the Tenderloin, the Fifth Avenue district, the East and West Sides, I seemed everywhere to sense either a terrifying desire for lust or pleasure or wealth, accompanied by a heartlessness which was freezing to the soul, or a dogged resignation to deprivation and misery. Never had I seen so many down and out men in the parks, along the Bowery, and in the lodging houses which line the pathetic street. They slept over gratings anywhere from which came a little warm air, or in doorways or cellarways. At a half dozen points in different parts of the city, I came upon those strange charities which supply a free meal to a man or lodging for the night, providing that he came at a given hour and waited long enough. And never anywhere had I seen so much show and luxury. Nearly all of the houses along Fifth Avenue and its side streets boasted their liveried footmen. Wall Street was a sea of financial trickery and legerdemain, a realm so crowded with shark-like geniuses of finance that one's poor little arithmetic intelligence was entirely discounted and made ridiculous. How was a sniveling scribbler to make his way in such a world? Nothing but chance and luck, as I saw it, could further the average man or lift him out of his rut, and since when had it been proved that I was a favorite of fortune? A crushing sense of incompetence and general inefficiency seemed to settle upon me, and I could not shake it off. Whenever I went out on an assignment, and I was always being sent upon those trivial, shoe-wearing affairs, I carried with me the sense of my unimportance. End of chapter 73.
Chapter 74 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. A book about myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 74. It is entirely possible that, due to some physical or mental defect of my own, I was in no way fitted to contemplate so huge and ruthless a spectacle as New York then presented, or that I had too keen a conception of it at any rate. After a few days of work here, I came in touch with several newspapermen from the West, a youth by the name of Graves, another by the name of Elliot, both formerly of Chicago, and a third individual who had once been in St. Louis, Wayne Thomas, brother of the famous playwright Augustus. All were working on this paper, two of them in the same capacity as myself, the third a staffman. At night we used to sit about doing the late watch and spin all sorts of newspaper tales. These men had wandered from one place to another, and had seen heavens. What had they not seen? They were completely disillusioned here. As in newspaper offices everywhere, one could hear the most disconcerting tales of human depravity and cruelty. I think that in the hours I spent with these men, I learned as much about New York and its difficulties and opportunities, its different social strata, its outstanding figures, social and political, as I might have learned in months of reporting and reading. They seemed to know every one likely to figure in the public eye. By degrees they introduced me to others, and all confirmed the conclusions which I was reaching. New York was difficult and revolting. The police and politicians were a menace. Vice was rampant. Wealth was shamelessly showy, cold and brutal. In New York, the outsider or beginner had scarcely any chance at all. Save as a servant, the city was overrun with hungry, loathing men of all descriptions. newspaper writers included. After a few weeks of experimenting, however, I had no need of confirmation from any source. An assignment or two having developed well under my handling, and I having reported my success to the city editor, I was allowed to begin to write it, then given another assignment and told to turn my story over to the large gentleman with the gold-headed cane. This infuriated and discouraged me, but I said nothing. I thought it might be due to the city editor's conviction, so far not disturbed by any opportunity I had had, that I could not write. But one night, a small item about a fight in a tenement house having been given me to investigate, I went to the place in question and found that it was a cheap beer drinking brawl on the Upper East Side which had its origin in the objection of one neighbor to the noise made by a letter. I constructed a ridiculous story of my own to the effect that the first irritated neighbor was a musician, who had been attempting at midnight to construct a waltz, into which the snores, gurgles, moans, and gasps of his slumberous next-door neighbor would not fit. Becoming irritated and unable by calls and knocking to arouse his friend, and so bring him to silence, he finally resorted to piano banging and glass breaking of such a terrible character as to arouse the entire neighborhood and cause the sending in of a riot call by a policeman, who learned that a tenement war had broken out. Result: broken heads and an interesting parade to the nearest police station. Somewhere in the text I used the phrase sawing succulent wood. Finding no one in charge of the city editor's desk when I returned, I handed my account to the night city editor. The next morning, lo and behold, there it was on the first page, consuming at least a fourth of the column. To my further surprise and gratification, once the city editor appeared, I noticed a change of attitude in him. While waiting for an assignment, I caught his eye on me, and finally he came over, paper in hand, and pointed to the item and said, "You wrote this, didn't you?" I began to think that I might have made a mistake in creating this bit of news, and that it had been investigated and found to be a fiction. "Yes," I replied. Instead of berating me, he smiled and said, "Well, it's rather well done. I may be able to make a place for you after a while. I'll see if I can't find an interesting story for you somewhere." And true to his words, he gave me another story on this order. In the Hoffman House Bar, one of the show places of the city, there had been a brawl the day before, a fight between a well-known society youth of great wealth who owed the hotel money, and would not pay as speedily as it wished, and a manager or assistant manager who had sent him some form of disturbing letter, all the details that I discovered on reading the item, which had been clipped from the Herald, had been fully covered by that paper, and all that remained for me 24 hours later was to visit the principals and extract some comments or additions to the tale, which plainly I was expected to revamp in a humorous fashion. As I have said, humor had never been wholly in my line, and in addition, I had by no means overcome my awe of the city and its imposing and much advertised 400. Now to be called upon to invade one of its main hostelries and beard the irate and lofty manager in the thin, to say nothing of this young Vanderbilt or Dolet, well, I told myself that when I reached this hotel, the manager would doubtless take a very lofty tone and refuse to discuss the matter, which was exactly what happened. He was infuriated to think that he had been reported as fighting. Similarly, should I succeed in finding the society youth apartment, I should probably be snubbed or shunted off in some cavalier's fashion, which was exactly what happened. I was told that my Mr. X was not there. Then, as a conscientious newspaper man, I knew I should return to the hotel and by cajolery or bribery see if I could not induce some barkeeper or waiter who had witnessed the fight to describe some phase of it that I might use. But I was in no mood for this. And besides, I was afraid of these New York waiters and managers and society people. Suppose they complained of my tale and denounced me as a faker. I returned to the hotel, but its onyx lobby and bar and its heavy rococo decorations and furniture took my courage away. I lingered about but could not begin my inquiries, and finally walked out. Then I went back to the apartment house in which my youth lived, but still he was not in, and I could extract no news from the noble footman who kept the door. I did not see how I was to conjure up humor from the facts in hand. Finally, I dropped it as unworthy of me and returned to the office. In doing so, I had the feeling that I was turning aside an item by which, had I chosen to fake, I could have furthered myself. I knew now that what my city editor wanted was not merely accuracy, 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 but kind of flair for the ridiculous or the remarkable, even though it had to be invented, so that the pages of the paper and life itself might not seem so dull. Also, I realized that a more experienced man, one used to the ways of the city and acquainted with its interesting and eccentric personalities, might make something out of this and not come to grief. But not I, and so I let it go, realizing that I was losing an excellent opportunity. And I think that my city editor thought so too. When I returned and told him that I could not find anything interesting new in connection with this, he looked at me as much as to say, "Well, I'll be damned," and threw the clipping on his desk. I am satisfied that if any reporter had succeeded in uncovering any aspect of this case not previously used, I should have been dropped forthwith. As it turned out, however, nothing more developed, and for a little time anyhow, I was permitted to drag on as before, but with no further favors. One day, being given a part of a badger case to unravel, a man and woman working together to divest a hotel man of a check for $5,000, and I having cajoled the lady in the case, then under arrest, into making some interesting remarks as to her part in the affair, and badgering in general. I was not allowed to write it, but had to content myself with seeing my very good yarn incorporated in another man's story while I took time. Another day, having developed another excellent tale of a runaway marriage, the girl being of a family of some standing, I was not allowed to write it. I was beginning to see that I was a hopeless failure as a reporter here. End of chapter 74.
Chapter 75 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 75. The things that most contributed to my want of newspaper success in New York and eventually drove me, though much against my will and understanding, into an easier and more agreeable phase of life were, first, that all of the grinding and almost disgusting forces of life itself, which I found in Spencer and Huxley and Balzac, and which now persistently haunted me and, due possibly to a depressed physical condition at this time, made it impossible for me to work with any of the zest that had characterized my work in the West. Next, there was that astounding contrast between wealth and poverty, here more sharply emphasized than anywhere else in America, which gave the great city a gross and cruel and mechanical look, and this was emphasized not only by the papers themselves, with their various summaries of investigations and exposures, but also by my own hourly contact with it, a look so harsh and indifferent at times as to leave me a little numb. Again, there was something disillusioning in the sharp contrast between the professed labels and preachments of such a constantly moralizing journal as The World, and the heartless and savage aspect of its internal economy. Men such as myself were mere machines or privates in an ill-paid army to be thrown into any breach. There was no time off for the spacemen, unless it was for all time. One was expected to achieve the results desired or get out, and if one did achieve them, the reward was nothing. One day I met an acquaintance and asked about an ex-city editor from St. Louis who had come to New York, and his answer staggered me. "Oh, Cliff, didn't you hear? Why, he committed suicide down here in a West Street hotel." "What was the trouble?" I asked. "Tired of the game, I guess," he replied. "He didn't get along down here as well as he had out there. I guess he felt he was going downhill." I walked away meditating. He had been an excellent newspaper man, as brisk and self-centered as one need be to prosper. The last time I had seen him, he was in good physical condition, and yet, after something like a year in New York, he had killed himself. However, my mood was not that of one who runs away from a grueling contest. I had no notion of leaving New York, whatever happened, although I constantly speculated as to what I should do when all my money was gone. I had no trade or profession beyond this reporting, and yet I was convinced that there must be something else that I could do. Come what might, I was determined that I would ask no favor of my brother, and as for my sister, who was now a burden on my hands, I was determined that as soon as this burden became too great, I would take her case up with my brother Paul, outline all that had been done, and ask him to shoulder the difference until such time as I could find myself in whatever work I was destined to do. But what was it? One of the things that oppressed me was the fact that on The World, as well as on the other papers, were men as young as myself who were apparently of a very different texture, mentally if not physically. Life in this fierce contest, which I was taking so much to heart, seemed in no wise to disturb them. By reason of temperament and insight, perhaps, possibly the lack of it, or, what was more likely, certain fortunate circumstances attending their youth and upbringing, they were part of that oncoming host of professional optimists and naysayers, chorus-like in character, which for 30 years or more thereafter in American life was constantly engaged in the pleasing task of emphasizing the possibilities of success, progress, strength, and whatnot for all in America and elsewhere, while at the same time they were humbly and sycophantically genuflecting before the strong, the lucky, the prosperous. On The World alone at this time, to say nothing of the other papers, were at least a dozen swaggering about in the best of clothes, their manners those of a graduate of Yale or Harvard or Princeton, their minds stuffed with all the noble maxims of the uplifters. There was nothing wrong with The World that could not be easily and quickly righted, once the honest, just, true, kind, industrious turned their giant and selected brains to the task. The newest type of young newspaper man was to have no traffic with evil in any form. He was to concern himself with the good, the true, the beautiful. Many of these young men pretended to an intimate working knowledge of many things: society, politics, finance, and what not else. Several had evidently made themselves indispensable as ship reporters, interviewers of arriving and departing celebrities, and these were now pointed out to me as men worthy of envy and emulation. One of them had, at the behest of The World, crossed the ocean more than once, seeking to expose the principals in a growing ship gambling and bunco scandal. There were those who were in the confidence of the mayor, the governor, and some of the lights in Wall Street. One, a scion of one of the best families, was the paper's best advisor as to social events and scandals. The grand air with which they swung in and out of the office set me beside myself with envy. And all the time the condition of my personal affairs tended to make me anything but optimistic. I was in very serious financial straits. I sometimes think that I was too new to the city, too green to its psychology and subtlety, to be of any use to a great metropolitan daily. And yet, seeing all I had seen, I should have been worth something. I was only 5 years distant from the composition of Sister Carrie, to say nothing of many short stories and magazine articles. Yet, I was haunted by the thought that I was a misfit, that I might really have to give up and return to the West, where in some pathetic humdrum task I should live out a barren and pointless life. With this probable end staring me in the face, I began to think that I must not give up, but must instead turn to letters, the art of short story writing. Only just how to do this I could not see. One of the things that prompted me to try this was the fact that on the world, at this time, were several who had succeeded. David Graham Phillips, James Creelman, then a correspondent for the paper in the war, which had broken out between China and Japan, to say nothing of George Carey Eggleston, and Reginald de Koven, the latter on the staff, as chief musical critic. There was another young man, whose name I have forgotten, who was pointed out to me as a rapidly growing favorite in the office of the Century. Then there were those new arrivals in the world of letters, Kipling, Richard Harding Davis, Stephen Crane, and some others, whose success fascinated me. All this was but an irritant to a bubbling chemistry which as yet had found no solution, and was not likely to find one for some time to come. My reading of Spencer and Huxley in no wise tended to clarify and impel my mind in the direction of fiction or even philosophy. But now, in a kind of ferment or fever due to my necessities and desperation, I set to examining the current magazines and the fiction and articles to be found therein. Century, Scribner's, Harper's. I was never more confounded than by the discrepancy existing between my own observations and those displayed here, the beauty and peace and charm to be found in everything, the almost complete absence of any reference to the coarse and the vulgar and the cruel and the terrible. How did it happen that these remarkable persons, geniuses of course, one and all, saw life in this happy, roseate way? Was it so, and was I all wrong? Love was almost invariably rewarded in these tales. Almost invariably, one's dreams came true in the magazines. Most of these bits of fiction, delicately phrased, flowed so easily, with such an air of assurance, omniscience, and condescension, that I was quite put out by my own lacks and defects. They seemed to deal with phases of sweetness and beauty, and success and goodness, such as I rarely encountered. There were so many tales of the Old South reeking with a poetry which was poetry and a little more. George W. Cable, Thomas Nelson Page. In Harper's, I found such assured writers as William Dean Howells, Charles Dudley Warner, Frank R. Stockton, Mrs. Humphrey Ward, and a score of others, all of whom wrote of nobility of character and sacrifice, and the greatness of ideals and joy in simple things. But as I viewed the strenuous world about me, all that I read seemed not to have so very much to do with it. Perhaps, as I now thought, life as I saw it, the darker phases, was never to be written about. Maybe such things were not the true province of fiction anyhow. I read and read, but all I could gather was that I had no such tales to tell, and however much I tried, I could not think of any. The kind of thing I was witnessing, no one would want as fiction. These writers seemed far above the world of which I was a part. Indeed, I began to picture them as creatures of the greatest luxury and culture, gentlemen and ladies all, comfortably housed, masters of servants, possessing estates, or at least bachelor quarters, having horses and carriages, and received here, there, and everywhere with nods of recognition and smiles of approval. End of chapter 75. Chapter 76 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser, Chapter 76. And then, after a little while, being assigned to do routine work in connection with the East 27th Street Police Station, Bellevue Hospital, and the New York Charities Department, which included branches that looked after the poor farm, the morgue, an insane asylum or two, a workout house, and what not else, I was called upon daily to face as disagreeable and depressing a series of scenes as it is possible for a human being to witness, and which quite finished me. I was compelled to inquire of fat, red-faced sergeants and doorkeepers who reigned in police stations and hospital registry rooms what was new, and, by being as genial and agreeable as possible, and so earning their favor, to get an occasional tip as to the most unimportant of brawls. Had I been in a different mental state, the thickness and incommunicability of some of these individuals would not have been proof against my arts. I could have devised or manufactured something. But, as it was the nature of this world depressed me so that I could not have written anything very much worthwhile if I had wanted to. There was the morgue, for instance, that horrible place. Daily, from the ever-flowing waters about New York, there were recaptured or washed up in all stages and degrees of decomposition, the flotsam and jetsam of the great city, its offal, its victims, its what? I came here often. It stood at the foot of East 26th Street near Bellevue Hospital, and invariably I found the same old brown denim caretaker in charge, a creature so thick and so lethargic and so mentally incompetent generally that it was all I could do to extract a grunt of recognition out of him. Yet, if handed a cigar occasionally or a bag of tobacco, he would trouble to get out of his chair and let you look over a book or ledger containing the roughly jotted down police descriptions, all done in an amazing scrawl, of the height, weight, color of clothes, if any, complexion of hair and eyes where these were still distinguishable, probable length of time in water, contents of pockets, jewelry or money, if any, etc., which same were to be noted in connection with any mystery or disappearance of a person. And there was always someone turning up missing. And I noticed, with considerable cynicism, that rarely, if ever, was there any money or jewelry reported as found by the police. That would be too much to expect. Being further persuaded via blandishments or tips of one kind and another, this caretaker would lead the way to a shelf of drawers reaching from the floor to the chest height of a man or higher, and running about two sides of the room, and opening those containing the latest arrivals, supposing you were interested to look, would allow you to gaze upon the last of that strange chemical formula which was once functioned as a human being here on earth. The faces, the decay, the clothing. I stared in sad horror and promised myself that I would never again look, but duty to the paper compelled me so to do again and again. And then there was Bellevue itself, that gray-black collection of brick and stone with connecting bridges of iron, which faced, in winter-time at least, the gray, icy waters of the East River. I have never been able to forget it, so drear and bleak was it all. The hobbling gulls of caretakers in their baggy brown cotton suits, to be seen wandering here and there or hovering over stoves. The large number of half-well charity patients idling about in green-gray denim, their faces sunken and pinched, their hair poorly combed. And the chipper and yet often coarse and vulgar and always overbearing young doctors and nurses and paid attendants generally. One need but remember that it was the heyday of the most corrupt period of Tammany Hall's shameless political control of New York, Mr. Croker being still in charge. Quite all of those old buildings have since been replaced and surrounded by a tall iron fence and bordered with an attractive lawn. In those days, it was a little different. There was the hospital proper, with its various wards, its detention hospital for the criminal or insane, or both, the morgue, and a world of smaller pavilions stretching along the riverfront and connected by walks or covered hallways or iron bridges, but lacking the dignity and care of the later structures. There was, too, the dark psychology which attends any badly or foully managed institution, that's something which hovers as a cloud over all. And Bellevue at that time had that air and that psychology. It smacked more of a jail and a poorhouse combined than of a hospital, and so it was, I think. At that time, it was a seething world of medical and political and social graft, a kind of human hell or sty. Those poor fish who live in comfortable and protected homes and find their little theories and religious beliefs ready-made for them in some overawing church or social atmosphere should be permitted to take an occasional peep into a world such as this was then. At this very time, there was an investigation and an exposure on in connection with this institution, which had revealed not only the murder of helpless patients, but the usual graft in connection with food, drugs, clothing, etc., furnished to the patients called charity. Grafting officials and medics and brutes of nurses and attendants abounded, of course. The number of drunks and obstreperous or complaining or troublesome patients, doped or beaten or thrown out or even killed, and the number of quality of operations conducted by incompetent or indifferent surgeons was known and shown to be large. One need only return to the legislative investigations of that date to come upon the truth of this. But the place was so huge and crowded that it was like a city in itself. For one thing, it was a dumping ground for all the offal gathered by the police and the charity departments, to say nothing of being a realm of soft snaps for political pensioners of all kinds. On such days as relatives and friends of charity patients or those detained by the police were permitted to call, the permit room fairly swarmed with people who were pushed and shunted here and there like cattle, and always browbeaten like slaves. I myself, visiting as a stranger subsequently, was often so treated. Who? What's his name? What? When'd he come? When? Talk a little louder, can't you? What's the matter with your tongue? Over there. Over there. Out that door there. So we came, procured our little cards, and passed in or out. And the wretched creatures who were cured, or written down well enough to walk, and so, before a serious illness had been properly treated, and because they were not able to pay, were shunted out into the world of the well and the strong, with whom they were supposed to compete once more and make their way. I used to see them coming and going, and have talked to scores, men and women who had never had $1 above their meager needs, and who, once illness overtook them, had been swept into this limbo, only to be turned out again at the end of a few weeks or months to make their way as best they might, and really worse off than when they came, for now they were in a weak condition, physically as well as penniless, and sometimes, as I noticed, on the day of their going the weather was most inclement, and the old wrinkled, washed-out clothing doled out to them in which they were to once more wander back to the tenements to do what? There was a local charity organization at the time, as there is today, but if it acted in behalf of any of these, I never saw it. They wandered away west on 26th Street and along 1st and 2nd Avenue, those drear, dismal, underdog streets. To where? But by far the most irritating of all the phases of this institution, to me at least, were the various officials and dancing young medics and nurses in their white uniforms, the latter too often engaged in flirting with one another, or tennis playing, or reading in some warm room, their feet planted upon a desk, the while they smoked, and the while the great institution with all its company of miserables wagged its indifferent way. When not actually visiting their patients, one could always find them so ensconced somewhere, reading or smoking or talking or flirting. In spite of the world of misery that was thrashing about them, they were as comfortable as may be, and to me, when bent upon unraveling the details of some particular case, they always seemed heartless. Oh, that old nut? What's interesting about him? Surely you don't expect to dig up anything interesting about him, do you? He's been here 3 weeks now. No, we don't know anything about him. Don't the records show? Or supposing he had died? I knew he couldn't live. We couldn't give him the necessary attention here. He didn't have any money, and there's too many here as it is. Want to see an interesting case? And then one might be led into some wretch who was out of his mind or had an illusion of some kind. Funny old duck, eh? But there's no hope. He'll be dead in a week or so. I think the most sickening thing I ever saw was cash gambling among 2 young medics and a young nurse in charge of the receiving ward as to whether the next patient to be brought in by the ambulance, which had been sent out on a hurry accident call, would arrive alive or dead. 50 that he's dead. 50 that he isn't. I say alive. I say dead. Well, hand me that stethoscope. I'm not going to be fooled by looks this time. Tearing in came the ambulance, its bell clanging, the hubs of the wheels barely missing the walls of the entryway, and as the stretcher was pulled out and set down on the stone step under the archway, the 3 pushed about and hung over, feeling the heart, and looking at the eyes and lips, now pale blue as in death, quite as one might crowd about a curious specimen of plant or animal. He's alive. He's dead. I say he's alive. Look at his eyes, to illustrate which one eye was forced open. Ah, what's eating you? Listen to his heart. Haven't I got the stetho on it? Listen for yourself. The man was dead, but the jangle lasted a laughing minute or more, though while he lay there, then he was removed to the morgue and the loser compelled to come across or fork over. One of the interns who occasionally went out on the wagon, as the ambulance was called, told me once, having picked up a badly injured man who had been knocked down by a car, this same ambulance on racing with this man to the hospital had knocked down another and all but killed him. And what did you do about him? I asked. Stopped the boat and chucked him into it, of course. On top of the other one? Side by side, sure. It was a little close, though. Well, did he die? Yep. But the other one was all right. We couldn't help it, though. It was a life or death case for the first one. A fine deal for the merry bystander was all I could say. The very worst of all in connection with this great hospital, and I do not care to dwell on it at too great length, since it has been exposed before and the records are available, was this. About the hospital, in the capacity of orderlies, doormen, gatemen, errand boys, gardeners, and whatnot, were a number of down-and-out ex-patients or pensioners of politicians, so old and feeble and generally decrepit mentally and physically as to be fit for a little more than the scrap heap. Their main desire, in so far as I could see, was to sit in the sun or safely within the warmth of a room and do nothing at all. If you asked them a question, their first impulse and greatest delight was to say, "Don't know," or refer you to someone else. They were accused by the half-dozen reporters who daily foregathered here to be of the lowest, so low indeed that they could be persuaded to do anything for a little money. And in pursuance of this theory, there was one day propounded by a little red-headed Irish police reporter who used to hang out about there that he would bet anybody $5 that for the sum of $15 he could hire old Gansmutter, who was one of the shabbiest and vilest looking of the hospital orderlies, to kill a man. According to him, and he had his information from one of the policemen stationed in the hospital, Gansmutter was an ex-convict who had done 10 years' time for a similar crime. Now, old and penniless, he was here finishing up a shameful existence, the pensioner of some politician to whom he had rendered a service, perhaps. At any rate, here he was, and, as one of the several who heard the boast in the newsroom near the gate, I joined in the shout of derision that went up. Rot! What stuff! Well, you're the limit, Mickey. However, as events proved, it was not so much talk as fact. I was not present at the negotiations, but from amazed accounts by other newspaper men, I learned that Gansmutter, being approached by Finn and one other, Finn first, then the two of them together, agreed for the sum of $25, a part of it to be paid in advance, to lie in wait at a certain street corner in Brooklyn for an individual of a given description, and there to strike him in such a way as to dispose of him. Of course, the negotiations went no further than this, but somehow, true or no, this one incident has always typified the spirit of that hospital, and indeed of all political New York to me. It was a period of orgy and crime, and Bellevue and the Charities Department constituted the back door which gave onto the river, the asylums, the potter's field, and all else this side of complete chemic dissolution. End of chapter 76. Chapter 77 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 77. Whether due to a naturally weak and incompetent physique, or a mind which unduly tortures itself with the evidences of a none too smooth working of the creative impulse and its machinery, or whether I had merely had my fill of repertorial work as such, and could endure no more, or whatever else might have been the cause, I finally determined to get out of the newspaper profession entirely, come what might and cost what it might, although just what I was to do once I was out, I could not guess. I had no trade or profession other than this, and the thought of editing or writing for anything, save a newspaper, was as far from me as engineering or painting. I did not think I could write anything beyond newspaper news items, and with this conclusion, many will no doubt be glad to agree with me even unto this day. Yet out of this messy and heartless world in which I was now working, I did occasionally extract a tale that was printable, only so low was my credit that I rarely won the privilege of writing it myself. Had I imagined that I could write, I might easily have built up stories out of what I saw, which would have shocked the souls of the magazine editors and writers, but they would never have been published. They would have been too low, gruesome, drab, horrible, and so beyond the view of any current magazine or its clientele. Life at that time, outside the dark picture of it presented by the daily papers, must, as I have shown, be all sweetness and gaiety and humor. We must discuss only our better selves and arrive at a happy ending, or if perchance this realer world must be referred to, it must be indicated in some cloudy manner which would give it more the charm of shadow than of fact, something used to enhance the values of the lighter and more perfect and beautiful things with which our lives must concern themselves. Marriage, if I read the current magazines correctly, was a sweet and delicate affair, never marred by the slightest erratic conduct of any kind. Love was made in heaven and lasted forever. Ministers, doctors, lawyers, and merchants were all good men, rarely if ever guilty of the shams and subterfuges and trashy aspects of humanity. If a man did an evil thing, it was due to his lower nature, which really had nothing to do with his higher, and it was a great concession for the intelligentsia of that day, maybe of this, to admit that he had two natures, one of which was not high. Most of us had only the higher one, our better nature. When I think of the literary and social snobbery and bosh of that day, its utter futility and profound faith in its own goodness, as opposed to facts of its own visible life, I have to smile. But it never occurred to me that I could write, in the literary sense, and as for editing, I never even thought of it. And yet, that was the very next thing I did. I wandered about thinking what I was to do, deciding each day that if I had the courage of a rat, I would no longer endure this time-consuming game of reporting for the pitiful sum which I was allowed to draw. What more could it do for me? I asked myself over and over. Make me more aware of the brutality, subtlety, force, charm, selfishness of life? It could not if I worked 100 years. Essentially, as I even then saw, it was a boy's game, and I was slowly but surely passing out of the boy stage. Yet in desperation, because I saw disappearing the amount which I had saved up in Pittsburgh, and I had not one other thing in sight, I visited other newspaper offices to see if I could not secure, temporarily at least, a better regular salary. But no. Whenever I could get in to see a city or managing editor, which was rare, no one seemed to want me. At the offices of the Herald, Times, Tribune, Sun, and elsewhere, the same outer office system worked to keep me out, and I was by now too indifferent to the reportorial work, and too discouraged really, to wish to force myself in or to continue as a reporter at all. Indeed, I went about this matter of inquiry more or less perfunctorily, not really believing in either myself or my work. If I had secured a well-paying position, I presume that I should have continued. Fortunately or unfortunately, as one chooses to look at such things, I did not. But it seemed far from fortunate then to me. Finally, one Saturday afternoon, having brought in a story which related to a missing girl whose body was found at the morgue, and being told to give the facts to and let him write it, I summoned up sufficient courage to say to the assistant who ordered me to do this, "I don't see why I should always have to do this. I'm not a beginner in this game. I wrote stories, and big ones, before ever I came to this paper." "Maybe you did," he replied rather sardonically, "but we have the feeling that you haven't proved to be of much use to us." After this, there was nothing to say and but one thing to do. I could not say that I had no opportunities, but just the same, I was terribly hurt in my pride. Without knowing what to do or where to go, I there and then decided that, come what might, this was the end of newspaper reporting for me. Never again, if I died in the fight, would I condescend to be a reporter on any paper. I might starve, but if so, I would starve. Either I was going to get something different, something more profitable to my mind, or I was going to starve or get out of New York. I went to the assistant and turned over my data, then got my hat and went out. I felt that I should be dismissed eventually anyhow for incompetence and insubordination, so dark was my mood in regard to all of it, and so out I went. One thing I did do, I visited the man who had first ordered the city editor to put me on, and submitted to him various clippings of work done in Pittsburgh, with the request that he advise me as to where I might turn for work. "Better try the Sun," was his sane advice. "It's a great school, and you might do well over there." But although I tried, I could not get on the Sun, not, at least, before I had managed to do something else. Thus ended my newspaper experiences, which I never resumed save as a writer of Sunday specials, and then under entirely different conditions. But that was 10 years later. In the meantime, I was now perforce turning toward a world which had never seemed to contain any future for me, and I was doing it without really knowing it. But that is another story. It might be related under some such title as Literary Experiences. N.B., 4 years later, having by then established myself sufficiently to pay the rent of an apartment, secure furniture, and convince myself that I could make a living or two, I undertook that perilous adventure with the lady of my choice, and that, of course, after the first flare of love, had thinned down to the pale flame of duty. Need anything more be said? The first law of convention had been obeyed, whereas the governing forces of temperament had been overridden, and with what results eventually you may well suspect. So much for romance. End of a book about myself.